Recording in progress.
Council. Now the council has to act on it. They also have to consider a general plan amendment. So there's two actions that they have to do.
Is it in here? Yeah. It may be in the book.
It's in, at the third page.
There it is. Oh,
Whether to give it this way.
Should I go?
that was going to be one more question.
Good evening. I would like to call the March 11th, 2025 work-study session to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website. I would like to remind the council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lodge.
That was
Here.
here.
Councilmember Males. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on item 5A. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
We will now move to the work study discussion item. Can we have a presentation from staff on item 5A?
Gladly, Mayor. Thank you. And good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and members of the public. Tonight, we are here to discuss part 2 of our Measure U committee discussion, which was continued from our last City Council meeting, and that is to consider the appointment of the members of the Measure U Citizen Oversight Committee. As outlined in Hemet Ordinance number 1918, the committee consists of 7 members appointed by the City Council to serve 2-year terms. The committee's role is to independently review and provide advisory input regarding the city's proposed and actual expenditures of Measure U funds. Committee members serve in an advisory capacity and report their comments directly to the City Council. These positions are voluntary and members do not receive a city stipend. As part of the continuance of discussion, there were 6 current members that sought reappointment, and which is outlined in the staff report. But for the record, we have George Dick Clark, George Schaefer, Delicia Silva, Kayla Kane, Tammy Chenault, and Mark Collins, who expressed to continue their service. Additionally, the City Council directed me, the City Clerk, to solicit for additional applications and reach out to members who had were interested in serving on the Measure U committee after the last posted agenda. And, gratefully we received 23 applicants that were qualified, but I do have some updates to note for the record, as there were a couple of changes since the posting of the agenda. Since the posting of the agenda, we had 3 applicants withdraw: Stephanie Lee, Juan Chiquito, Paul Levine, and then additionally to note, we did have 4 members who expressed that they were interested but unable to attend. 2 of those members, or applicants, did provide a correspondence responding to the interview questions. Those questions that they responded to are, for these applicants, are Deborah Jackson and Delicia Silva. And then the other 2 who are still interested in being considered that could not make it is Adele Cox and Autumn Kennedy.
Excuse me, sir. Could you reiterate the names that withdrew?
Yes, so the folks that are unable to make it but would like to be considered are Adele Cox, Deborah Jackson, Autumn Kennedy, and Delicia Silva. And Delicia Silva and Deborah Jackson provided comments in response to those interview questions.
Who were the 3 that withdrew?
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Stephanie Ali, Juan Chiquito, and Paul Levine.
The last one?
Paul Levine.
Paul Levine.
Oh, Paul Levine. Down here somewhere.
Additionally,
Been taken off that
And
list.
he's talking about, yeah, he's off of this list.
On the next ballot.
Additionally, at the dais, I provided a voting sheet with all the interested current members that did not withdraw. We have 20 qualified candidates, and those are listed on a little voting sheet that I've provided. That voting sheet, if you would like, council, to make it easy, we could we'll take interviews with the questions provided in the staff report, and if you'd like to do some follow-up questions for the individual candidates, we can do that. And then vote for your top 7, and I will count those votes, and then we can announce, or we'll tally and announce the top candidates. So that's the recommended process. I'm here for any questions that you might have. And that's the end of my report. And we can start calling names if you'd like, Mayor, unless you have any questions.
I'd like to start if I could. I have something to say.
Yes,
I typed up so I wouldn't forget.
go ahead.
Buddy. Dear Mayor and council members, as we prepare to vote on the new Measure U committee members, I'd like to highlight the importance of maintaining balanced representation across our city. City's 5 districts, including the sphere of influence. Currently, 6 existing members are seeking to remain on the committee, with 4 of those members residing in District 1. While I greatly appreciate the dedication and experience these members bring, I believe it's crucial that we ensure fair representation from all districts to uphold the committee's purpose, which is to represent the entire community equitably. I propose that we prioritize candidates from underrepresented districts during the selection process. This approach will help us maintain a balanced committee that better reflects the diverse voices of needs of our city. I welcome your thoughts on how we can achieve this goal while respecting the valuable contributions of our current members. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I would concur with my colleague. There is a high propensity of first district representation. I just think we have a lot of passionate people in the first district, so I appreciate that, but I do believe that we need representation, and I'm very happy to see that by extending this, we do have candidates in all districts, but with a high propensity in District 1, so I do concur with Councilmember Males, and
Thank you.
that's all I have to say at this point.
Any other comments?
Yep, just one. Sorry, my throat is sore. I agree with what Joe said on that. Could you read the 7 current members again? I have 4
Yes.
of them.
6 current members.
6.
Dick Clark,
Dick Clark,
I know that.
George
George
Shaver.
I know that.
Oh, you're going to read it?
Delicia Silva,
Yep.
Kayla Kane,
Oh, Kayla. Okay.
Tammy Chenault,
Tammy Chenault.
Mark Collins,
Mark. Okay, thank you.
Should we have each council member call up the people in the order in our book, and then each council member can ask the member the questions they would like? Would that work?
Either that or just you call them up
Okay.
individually and just, yeah.
Okay.
They know the questions, so they can just tell us what their answers are.
Okay.
That would be work.
Okay. I'm going to go by our book that was provided by the city clerk, and our first candidate, so it looks like she dropped out, right? Stephanie Burton?
Yes, Stephanie did. Yeah, I believe Stephanie withdrew.
If you look at this list, it gives you the active ones that are here. or
Yeah,
the-
that's what I was saying. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, she was on that list.
Right there.
Okay, the first one would be Jean Amat.
And can you reference the district they're from, please?
I'm District 3.
Thank you. And can you pull the mic down, too?
Oh, is it working?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's amazing. We paid the bill.
Okay, so I will ask the first 2 standard questions, and
Okay.
then I'll open it up to the rest of the council, okay? That's the way I think we can do it. So, why are you interested on serving on the Measure U committee?
Well, I've been a resident of Hemet for 20 years. So I was here when we didn't have enough police and the crime was really bad. So I was really happy to see Measure U. And then I was volunteer for the Hemet PD for 8 years. So I'm a very, very big supporter of the police department, and I think I have some knowledge of how they operate and what they might need. And, you know, I just want to serve my community. I'm a
Okay.
big, big Hemet supporter. I defend us everywhere.
Thank you. How long have you lived in the city? Or
20 years.
20 years? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask the first additional question. So you want to serve the city, and you believe in the police department, but what do you know about finance and financial oversight?
Well, I don't have a financial background, but I majored in accounting in college.
Okay.
And I was a
very good.
paralegal for 20 years.
Okay,
So I have some knowledge of how the system works, but I'm not an accountant, practicing accountant. I am retired from being a paralegal, so, but I
Okay.
do have some knowledge.
thank you.
Perfect.
Anyone else?
I have a question. You say you volunteer for the police department.
Yes.
Measure U is basically for first responders, fire, and police. Would you able to be non-biased and making decisions based on what Measure U funds are spent on?
Well, it depends on what my understanding of what Measure U is for. Being just a citizen in Hemet, I think most people think Measure U is for the fire department and the police department, which are the first responders. So, yeah, I'd be supportive of that. I think I'd be fair between the two departments, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
of course.
Yeah.
Of
okay.
course, I love the fire department, too.
Come
Yeah.
on. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Did you say you were still an active PD volunteer or retired?
No, I just retired from that a couple of months ago,
Thank you.
but I was there for 8 years.
Any further questions?
I'm good.
Thank you, Jean.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Next, I have Veronica Banulis. Sorry if I didn't get your name right.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi there, how are you doing?
Good, and you?
Good, good. So my first question is, why would you like to be on the Measure U Oversight Committee meeting?
Well, I started off my career in Hemet in the year 2004. I was only 20, and I worked in Hemet from 2004 to 2012, then went to the city of Moreno Valley, then city of Paris, then came back to Hemet in 2019 and left 2021. I have experience with budgeting, mostly with building and safety. And right now I work as a consultant for developers, so I work more as a project manager. So I have experience on budgeting and project managing.
And how long have you lived in the city or the sphere of influence?
Since 1996, so 29 years.
29 years?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And you're from which district?
5.
5. Okay, I'll open up to anybody else.
Can I ask you to ask them when they come up to state their district right away so we
Yes.
know? I mean, I have it down anyways, but as long as we can hear it from them. How many years you been in Hemet?
29.
29
Mhm.
years.
Yes?
Do you have any problems coming or attending meetings if they're in the afternoon?
No, not at all.
Okay. And, never mind, that's fine.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next I have Claudia Barahona. Claudia, not here? Okay, I'll move on to the next one, which is Kayla Kane. And Kayla's not here. Tammy Chanel.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so I'm from District 1. I have resided in the city of Hemet for the past 11 years. I was born and raised here in the Valley. Left briefly for 18 years, but I did return. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And why are you interested, I know you were a member, why are you interested in continuing your service?
Okay, well, I have learned over the past 4 years about understanding how each dollar is spent with our Measure U. I've learned that through the process of both police and fire explaining, you know, how we're spending every single dollar, as well as our finance department explaining too, with just giving us the budgetary, just explaining how everything's done. And I would like to continue working alongside my fellow committee members, our fire chief, our police chief, and our city council to ensure the transparency, accountability, and effective use of these funds for what they're intended.
Very good, thank you. I will-
What brought you back?
What brought me back, I live here in the city, I love the city, and I want to make sure that we're using the funds appropriately for what they're intended.
What
police
brought you
and
back
fire.
after 18 years?
Well, I lived in Riverside for 18 years.
no,
Okay.
fine, yeah.
And just had to come back. I'm partial caretaker for my parents, so they need me there. So, and it's an easier drive into work so than fighting the commute coming from Riverside to go to work. So felt like playing Frogger video game. So, but no, I love the city. So just happy
Thank
to be
you.
back.
All right. That's all I
Oh,
got.
you said district.
Any other questions?
You can make afternoon meetings.
Yes, I
That's going to
can.
be my big question
I
for everybody.
actually can.
If you could make afternoon meetings, because that's when
I
that
can make
helps.
afternoon meetings. If something had to happen in the morning, I can arrange it, and that's no problem.
Thank you, Tammy.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Dick Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your district is?
District 1.
Yes. And why would you like to continue serving on the Measure U committee?
It's hand in hand with my history. I am a retired deputy. I also, of almost 23 and a half years, I have a total of close to 6.5 paid years or under, just a little bit under, fire service. And I've been a family volunteer fire department member since I think I was 5 or 6 years old when my parents got the whole family involved. Lived it, breathed it, coughed the smoke out, everything, and I understand it. I understand a lot of the needs. And I want to continue being the cheerleader for that and being able to help direct money to where the needs are.
Okay. And did you say how long you've lived here?
I've lived here since approximately 2017, but by marriage, been here since the early 1900s. My wife's family were pioneers here, started their first rose company in 1907.
Okay.
But when my father-in-law passed away, we came back home. My wife was born here, and sunk a lot of money into the house, sunk a lot of our feelings into the valley, and this is our place.
Okay. Other questions?
Here you go. Can you make afternoon meetings?
I'm retired.
You're
As long
retired.
as it's not a honey-do list that trumps you, I'm there.
Thank you, Dick.
That non-ending list.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I have Mark Collins?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members.
Good evening. And what district are you from?
District 4.
4. Thank you. And why would you be interested in serving on the Measure U committee?
I'd like to continue my service. I've been a lifelong public servant. Got stationed out here in 2012. Got out shortly thereafter, stuck around, got into city planning, and been doing that for the past several years. I've also applied for the Planning Commission. I saw open roles there. So I'm looking to do both, like wearing many hats and being as useful as I can be to the community where my kids call home. So,
Okay. And how many years have you lived in Hemet or the Sphere?
13, give or
13?
take. Late 2012, early 2013, can't remember.
Okay. Great.
You said you were stationed out here?
Out at March, yes, sir.
So Air Force?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your service.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Could you said something about planning? You're a planner?
Yes. I applied for the Planning Commission as well.
Planning,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
You're not a planner by profession?
I am.
You are?
Yes.
Okay.
He's been before us before. I think I've talked with him planner to planner.
What city do you work for?
Temecula.
Temecula.
Okey-doke.
We looking for
How-
planners?
How about afternoon meetings if you're
No
fully
problem.
employed? You could arrange that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Anybody else have anything?
No, I'm good.
Actually, and I think I know the answer to this question, but in your service, what role did you play? Did that have anything to do with any kind of first responders or public safety aspects?
In the Air Force, or
Yes.
I was a crash recovery technician, so when planes would crash, we would go get them. Typically, that was after all first responder activity, and we were primarily there to recover the aircraft and any equipment components, things like that. So,
I do remember that, so.
Okay. I guess that's all. Thank you very much, Mark.
thank you, ma'am.
May I have Adele Cox?
Adele is not available for this evening.
Okay. Jesse Felix? No. Robert Foster? And we know Deborah Jackson couldn't make it. Marcus Kelly?
Hey, we got one.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council.
Hi, and what district are you from?
I am in Hemet's sphere of influence.
Your sphere, okay. And how long have you lived there?
I have lived in the city for 4 years now.
4 years
I
now?
guess I'm the newest one here.
Okay. Were you nearby, or did you make a big move to Hemet?
LA County. I lived in Santa Fe Springs.
Okay.
Ah, Whittier.
Nice.
And why would you like to be on the Measure U committee?
Being new to Hemet, I'm really interested in our city government and what basically our first responders have to do in the city. I'd like to be more involved in our community. I work for 2 nonprofits in Hemet right now, and basically trying to increase outreach with the community. And that's why I'd like to be a part of this committee, is just to be more involved and be civically minded.
So are they full-time jobs with the nonprofits, or are they?
One's full-time, one's part-time.
Okay, thank you.
Will you be able to make the meetings?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I have very flexible
Oh,
schedule.
that was your,
Sorry.
She's got one question.
do you remember 2001 when, no?
And I'm going to have to come up with another one, and I have one. Without giving details on exactly where you live, what area of the sphere of influence? Are you in north, south, east, west?
I guess
south?
it'd be east.
East
East
side,
Hemet.
East Hemet?
Yeah.
Sounds good, that's where I used to live.
It's nice. It's a very nice neighborhood.
Yes. Go ahead.
I have a question, and I probably should have asked this of all the other candidates, but it just occurred to me. Have you read the resolution that was adopted by the City Council regarding Measure U and what it's intended for?
I wouldn't say I've read it in its entirety. I do get the gist of Measure U.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you. Autumn Kennedy?
Mayor, the Autumn Kennedy stated that she was not going to be able to make it tonight. However, my office specialist just handed me a response to those questions.
Okay.
If you'd like, I can read them into the record.
Would you please?
Thank you. So she says, unfortunately, I'm unable to attend this in-person interview today. In lieu of that, I'm submitting my responses to the 2 interview questions. Why are you interested in serving on the Measure U committee? I'm interested in participating in this committee because I'd like to assist in reviewing and advising upon the city's proposed expenditures of Measure U funds. I'd appreciate the opportunity to feel like my voice and opinions matter to the city. I'm raising my family here and plan to live in Hemet indefinitely. I am happy to utilize my time and energy towards assuring these funds are allocated in a way that makes our city the best it can be. Question 2, how long have you lived in the city or sphere of influence? I moved from San Diego to Hemet in November 2021 when I purchased a home in East Hemet in the sphere of influence. Thank you for your time, Autumn Kennedy.
Thank you. Krista Mason. Do not see her. Delia Meraz. Good evening.
Good evening.
And what district are you from, or sphere?
I believe 2.
You believe to.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Why are you interested in serving on the Measure U committee?
So I've lived in Hemet almost all my life. I've volunteered in different areas in this town. I've worked here, raised my family here. I'm at a position now where I now have grandkids, so I have the time to get more involved in the city, just helping out the community and giving of my time. I don't have a fancy resume, but I believe in accountability and transparency. And I do have some talents I believe I can contribute to helping out with this committee if given the opportunity. I would love to help out. My heart is really for this town, as I've lived here almost all my life. Like I said, my kids are here, my grandkids are here. So I just want to do what I can to help out a little bit. And I thought this would be a good starting point for me.
Okay. And how long have you lived here? You said you're almost all your life?
Almost all my life. So
Okay.
without giving away my age, since about 1985 or so. I do have gray hair, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says 41 years here. so-
It's just about, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Okay, what kind of educational background do you have that would apply to this?
So I did go to school here, and I did attend Mount San Jacinto. I'm close to finishing up a degree in legal studies and business.
Okay.
My plan is to move forward to Abraham Lincoln Law School and eventually get to that. Right now I work full-time at the Department of Social Services. I work a lot with the homeless population. So I do have a heart for people, helping people out. I just understand that the police and fire department, which is primarily what Measure U is for, they just have so much on their plate, and I see that they could use some help, and I'm hoping that I could be a little bit of help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My question? Can I
Yes,
ask
go
my
ahead.
question,
You can
Joe?
ask your question.
And would you be available for afternoon meetings?
I am, yes. I actually left work early today to be here. My work is very flexible about scheduling for things like this, so yeah, I will be here.
It wouldn't be a hardship to
Not at all.
work it in. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My same question is, have you read the resolution regarding Measure U and how it's distributed? And
Yes, I have read a little bit about it. I've followed it past few years since I believe we're coming up on the 9th year for it already or so. So yeah, I just, like I said, I believe there should be transparency, accountability, a balance, and I would love to take part in helping out.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Giovanni Pascal? No. George Schaefer? Good evening. And what district are you from? What district are you from?
District 1.
District 1, okay. And why would you like to continue on the Measure U committee?
Well, originally I wanted to just contribute to my community. Also, I bring a wealth of financial background. I ran accounting departments for 16 years. I passed the CPA exam, and I've been helping over 350 businesses as a SCORE mentor for the last year and a half.
Okay. And how long have you lived here?
Just under 4 years.
Okay.
Came from Long Beach, Lakewood area.
Okay. That's all I have. Other
I was
council?
vice chairman of the last year's committee.
Okay. Other questions?
So I guess we know you could make afternoon meetings.
I can't hear you.
You can make afternoon meetings?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm totally retired.
Okay.
And I'm sure you've read the resolution.
And enjoying it.
Uh-oh.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Okay, and Delicia couldn't be here, right? Correct, right? Okay. Okay, Virginia Tenorio? Is Virginia here? No?
No, she's not.
Okay. Samuel Villagomez? No. Krista Mason?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good evening. First, I'd like to ask you, what district or sphere are you in?
I am in District 4.
District 4, thank you. And how many years have you lived in Hemet?
About 3.5.
Okay. And why would you like to be on the Measure U committee?
I think being on the Measure U committee would give me a great segue into becoming civically engaged and also bringing some of my background to the community. I have a public safety background, so I believe that my experience with the budget and also with planning would speak to the committee and be able to be in a teamwork atmosphere.
Okay. You said you have experience in the background of public safety?
Yes.
And what was that?
So as a planner, I spent a lot of my career in enforcement, working in a team setting with fire, police, building and safety, so community development departments.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Go ahead.
Afternoon meetings, because I know you work.
Yes, as long as I'm aware of timing, I can make it to afternoon meetings.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah.
I'm
Not
Krista.
Deborah, that's Krista.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry, I know you're not Deborah, you're Krista Mason.
It's okay.
Yes. I'm writing in the wrong column.
Have you read the resolution regarding Measure U?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Have I missed anyone that wanted to be a candidate for Measure U? Okay. All right. So with that, I guess we will just have a few minutes to tally up our 7 chosen ones, and then we will pass them to the city clerk. Any other questions, comments?
There were 2 or 3 that sent their resumes in that we could read, and they had answered the questions. Could we get a refresher on what they said and what districts they're in?
Yeah, gladly. Let me grab those and I'll read them.
I had a question on the voting while the city clerk's pulling that up. Do we just select 7 or do we
No, he
rank
just-
them?
No, just 7.
Okay.
Yeah, because we need 7 people. He'll He'll tally them up.
Oh, this is gonna be tough.
I had two correspondents in addition to the one I read today. One from Deborah Jackson, and I'll read that. She
And
says,
she's District 3, correct?
Yep.
District 3. Dear Mayor and Council, I regret to inform you that I will be unable to attend the protocol meeting scheduled on March 11th. Regrettably, I have a conflicting obligation that cannot be moved from March 11th to March 14th. Nevertheless, I would like to present you in written form my responses to the questions listed below. Having the chance to collaborate with my community is a privilege to serve hands-on. Question 1. Why are you interested in serving the Measure U Committee? In my present role as an IBA Intensive Behavior Intervention Assistant with the Special Education Department at Hemet Unified School District, a past salon business owner, and a federal government employee for over 23 years, I contributed many years to these roles with inspiration, enthusiasm, strong communication skills, a collaborative mindset, and over 23 years of proven success in problem solving in budgetary, administrative, and educational fields. I have solely been employed by the U.S. Army in Mission Viejo, California, the Naval Medical Center in San Diego, California, and the Department of Veterans Affairs at the VA Hospital in San Diego, California. In every role I've occupied, I have achieved an outstanding performance rating for all government positions. I have assisted numerous organizations in enhancing the efficiency of their business processes by pinpointing problems, reducing risks, and boosting productivity. A distinctive aspect in my preparedness for the annual VA and Army Inspector General audits, as well as inspections by Georgia and California State Board of Licensing, Barbering, and Cosmetology. These evaluations received a very favorable rating, allowing me to work closely with other executives on developing strategies to enhance growth and profitability. I manage all financial activities such as budgeting, forecasting, auditing, compliance, and reporting. The yearly supervision for the VA's $600,000 budget allocated for medical supplies and a $2 million budget for the U.S. militaries. My extensive experience with the government has shown me the value of public service. Given that we have numerous shared hopes and objectives, it would be a privilege to offer my skills in my service on the Measure U Citizen Oversight Committee.
She's in District 4?
3.
3. Okay.
Question 2, how long have you lived in the city or sphere of influence? I have lived in Hemet, California, District 3 since August 2020. Nevertheless, my area of impact began a decade ago in 2015 when I aimed to engage with the Hemet community as a salon owner and co-youth pastor for my church and its outreach initiatives. In 2016, I recognized a significant opportunity to connect the youth and senior community by offering salon services through a distinctive approach known as the Home of the $5 Haircut, which enabled us to attract more than 1,500 visitors each month. I succeeded in partnering with nearby cosmetology schools by establishing job opportunities for students upon graduation. Additionally, I managed to establish a contract service with nursing facilities to offer in-home hair services to patients every month. Between 2015 and 2019, I founded a youth track club, Fantastic Speed, in collaboration with USA Track and Field. My aim was to create a positive influence by forming a young team of athletes aged 4 to 17 in participating on various Olympic track and field events. This started by searching for coaches from a variety of diverse backgrounds, including volunteer veterans. Another community initiative involved setting up Jackson Salon suites from 2020 to 2023 in the Hemet area. I connected with other owners like Phoenix and Solo Studios to exchange their concepts about construction and business strategies. Finally, in 2024, I had a strong urge to campaign for Hemet City Council in District 3. I wanted to commit my personal time to assist the homeless, youth, seniors, churches, and local small business owners to create a better community and unite it, tackling poverty, unemployment, public safety, and crime. The resume I have attached, which has been provided to the council and to the public in the binder, further details regarding my contributions and duties. Should you need additional information or questions, please feel free to contact me. Thank you for considering this request, as I look forward to having more chances to make valuable contributions to the community of Hemet. Respectfully yours, Deborah Jackson.
Thank you. And Delicia Silva is District 5, and she also could not be here tonight and sent something in, or am I mistaken on that?
You are correct, and I will read those. I have those
She's
pulled up.
existing. Okay.
Delicia Silva did attend the previous city council meeting as well, but unfortunately had a conflicting personal commitment.
Okay,
This is-
we have her resume. And okay.
I'll read those questions into the record. I am interested in serving on the Measure U Citizen Oversight Committee because I'm passionate about ensuring transparency and accountability in how our city allocates tax dollars. Over the past 2 years as a committee member, I have gained valuable insight into budgeting process for essential services like police and fire departments, which are critical to keep our community safe. Serving in this role has empowered me to be an advocate for responsible financial stewardship and to help ensure that Measure U funds are used effectively for the benefit of our residents. As a Navy veteran, I've always had a deep commitment to service, and that dedication continues in my work for our community. I've lived in Hemet 8 years and have been actively involved in community service and advocacy. Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend in person due to scheduling conflict. Our nonprofit organization, Black Voices of the Valley, is taking 20 participants to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory as part of our mentorship program. However, I remain fully committed to my role on the committee and look forward to continuing my work in ensuring transparency and accountability in the use of these vital funds. Sincerely, Dr. Delicia Silva.
Thank you.
Mayor, while you are all working, would you like a refresher on the protocols method for selecting Measure U appointees?
Would you like it?
Sure, we'll keep it quick. So after interviewing all those interested for the Measure U committee, the City Council will then rank the applicants in their individual order of preference. The top ranked applicant for each council member will be deemed nominated to the committee. So that applicant does not have to come from your district, but whoever the top ranked applicant from each member is deemed nominated. The rankings would then be tallied by the city clerk, and the remaining 2 positions would be read at whoever the top ranked next 2 people are. They will be deemed nominated as well. Then that list of 7 will be presented to the council, and the council can decide whether it wants to actually appoint the Measure U committee or not. This is just the process that is outlined in the protocols. The last sentence in there says, notwithstanding all of the above, this isn't going to limit the ability of the city council to appoint any qualified individual to the committee. It's just the sort of default process that you all put in your protocols. We can do those initial nominations in order of district. I can randomly give you numbers 1 through 5, or you can do it any other way that you'd prefer, Mayor.
I'm confused.
We're confused?
too.
Okay.
Because because I asked if we were ranking, and we said, no, we just select.
Is that collective ranking?
So, yes, so you're looking towards getting 7 people nominated to the committee. So I was just reading the protocols here so that, you know, we're on the same page. Do you all have someone that each of you would like to nominate to the Measure U committee? Or how are you looking to do this? Because again, the last sentence gives you some flexibility.
I think we all agreed in the beginning we would vote for 7 people,
There
and
you
then
go.
the city clerk would tally them. Is that
Sorry.
the way we want to do it? Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Okay. I see 3 heads nodding, so I guess
3
that's-
heads is good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want us to just turn these in or sign them? Sign them and turn them in, or just turn them in?
Just pass them back.
Pass them down.
You guys make sure you didn't pick all District 1s.
What's wrong with District 1?
I know.
Got a lot of people in this.
Would you like to pass your books down, or do you want to keep them?
I have enough of them.
I have everything saved.
JP, I wrote my selection on the back of my paper, just to let you know, on the back.
Okay.
You gotta be different, don't you?
I gotta be difficult, yeah, because I scribbled all over the front.
Mayor and members of the City Council, I've tallied those votes.
Thank
So
you.
we have 6 apparent top-ranked appointees to be, selected, and we have a 5-way tie for the last position. So I'll read the names that are clear appointment, high-ranked. We have Jean Amat, Veronica Buenuelos, Tammy Chenault, Dick Clark, Mark Collins, and Delia Meraz. Those are the top-ranked to be appointed selectees, so for 6 positions. And then the 5-way tie, we have Deborah Jackson, Marcus Kelly, Krista Mason, George Schaefer, and Delicia Silva. Again, the 5-way tie is Deborah Jackson, Marcus Kelly, Krista Mason, George Schaefer, and Delicia Silva.
City Clerk, could we get a breakdown on what the districts are for the 6 appointees? We gave back our
Certainly.
handbooks.
It's in the,
Jean Amat is District 3. Veronica Buenuelos is District 5. Tammy Chenault is District 1. Dick Clark is District 1.
I thought you were just asking for the ones
Mark Collins is District 4. Delia Meraz is District 2.
I'll look at your notes. It's pretty even.
That's one from every district.
Here, I'll look.
And what districts are the 5 ties?
The 5-way tie, we have Deborah Jackson, who is District 3. We have Marcus Kelly, Sphere of Influence. Krista Mason, District 4. George Schaefer, District 1. Delicia Silva, District 5.
Do we have a sphere of influence?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Move Marcus up.
Marcus Kelly is, okay. Oh, you're right, okay. No, that's the tie, right?
Yeah, he's
He's
the
part
top.
of
We
the
don't
top.
have
Okay,
one in
but
there.
we don't have one of the top leaders then.
You are correct.
So we should bring in a sphere of influence.
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, so Marcus Kelly? Marcus Kelly is you, right?
That's
Okay.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we got,
Yeah, I think we should have a sphere in there.
you agree with that?
I see 3 heads nodding, so I guess so.
So I have a consensus there. I'm going to reread the names. Then I'll need someone to make a motion for an appointment. Jean Amat, Veronica Buenuelos, Tammy Chenault, Dick Clark, Mark Collins, Marcus Kelly, and Delia Meraz.
Okay.
I make a motion that we accept those nominees.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick to make those appointments that I recited. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0, and congratulations to those new Measure U appointees.
Congratulations.
And I thank everybody who put in an application. It shows a lot of civic spirit, and I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Very good. So with that, I believe we can have a recess then, or would you like to go on to further business?
I would love to go on to further business.
For the media?
However, under our agenda, I believe the remainder of the items are agendized to occur at 6 p.m.
Okay. Okay, so,
I would just note for those that are not selected, we know we have an opening on our planning commission, and there are always opportunities through a number of boards and commissions and committees. So we appreciate everyone's interest in participating, and we're hopeful that you'll look for other opportunities to help the city.
yes, absolutely. So thank you, everybody. So with that, we can recess at, oh, excuse me.
Can I make a statement?
Yes, you may.
I appreciate everybody that's come, put their time in, volunteers for what keeps this
You
world
gotta
going.
come up to the mic, Dick.
What? You need a mic?
No, it has
Come
to be
on.
recorded. It has to be recorded.
I appreciate everybody that came, put their applications in. It's volunteers that keep this whole nation going. I have a suggestion for the council, though. I would like to see, not only for this group, but for the planning group too, that you take a look at staggering positions. Because there is, my first couple of years, believe it or not, I didn't say hardly a word at the meetings. Since then, my wife's given Tammy permission to either kick me or elbow me to shut up or settle down since. But it takes some time to get to know what's actually happening and the background. And to take a chance of flip-flopping a whole brand-new group, that's tough. And it's not fair for the city neither. So I'd really strongly suggest that you take a look at, 2 at a time and do that type of thing, because there's just too much education that needs to be done. And you
Yeah.
can't just jump in and start running,
Yeah.
although every one of you had to do that at one point here. But it's just a suggestion.
I think that's the way we had it, but due to vacancies, we had to fill them, and everybody had to be nominated and filled at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have as much history as some of the people up here, but I think that's what happened, if I'm not mistaken, so. But you're right, it's very good. Because, now some of you have come back, but we're not guaranteed that we're gonna have people like you that want to continue, and we could have like a whole new committee, so.
Yeah.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will recess at 5:07. Good evening. I would like to call the March 11th, 2025 regular City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through the live stream on the city's website. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. The invocation will be by Pastor Luis Aron with Victory Outreach Church, after which Council Member Krupa will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Amen. Father, we just come before your presence, God, and I pray for the meeting today here with our city council. Pray for wisdom, God. Give them insight in every decision that has to be made, Lord. Father, I also want to pray for divine protection upon our police department and fire department. And Father, we thank you in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Please join me in the salute to our flag. Place your right hand over your heart, remove your covers, and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now go to communications from the public. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. We will take public comment for items listed on the agenda.
Mayor, we do not have any public comments for items on the agenda.
Thank you. We will now take public comments for items not listed on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 3 speakers. The first speaker is George Sarl, followed by Judith McPherson.
The last one gonna be the first one, and the first one gonna be the last one. I think that was the text. The Bible says the last one gonna be the first one, and the first one gonna be the last one. I just got here. Apparently, I'm the first one. My name is George Serraro, like you said, and I live in 154 and 160 South Carmelita, a block from Florida here, Saint Street. And I have a huge problem with homelessness. They congregate in the park. They congregate in the old place for the kids. It used to be, you know, the museum. And from Friday afternoon to Monday morning, that parking lot is full. And fighting and screaming till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, doesn't matter. I called the police. I got into the point where they asked me, I said, this is not to call now, since it's not a distraction. You should call the business phone number. And that's in the Monday. I've been trying to put a fence, to replace a piece of fence which is completely destroyed by age. It's over 50 years old wood, eaten by cars, with a nice rut, you know, the metal fence. Same thing like my neighbors across the street. Same everything. And to increase the value of the property, and also to protect me for homeless who come up to my window and knock at 2 o'clock in the morning. I've been having problem with the city to find out a way how I can do it. They have no idea from the building department. They said, oh, it's a non-conforming building, therefore you cannot make any addition. It's no addition, existing a fence there, I'm replacing it. Since I bought the property 30-some years ago, it was a residence, and it is a residence. I don't think that's a problem for having a fence, because Even then we talk about it, it's a commercial property now because of the zoning change. Well, the commercial property next door has exactly the same type of wrought iron fence I want to put in. So that shouldn't be same. And I come here before you to ask for help. I mean, I have visitors 2 o'clock in the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. I park all kind of cars and all kind of obstacles in the driveway so I can hear them when they trip over. But that's not the way to live in this town. Something got to be done. Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker is Judith McPherson, followed by Roy Fales.
Good evening. I would like to thank the city of Hemet for one positive thing first. Okay, I'll start off on the good note. As you know, for the past, I think it's been 5 years, I've been in contact rather frequently about unsightly messes on Front Street, including an old city enclosure that housed a lot of street dwellers, and I mean, it was a horrible mess. Within the last month, the city has knocked down that enclosure, and if you go by, you can see a vision where I think there is going to be a clear visibility, no blockage, no hiding places or inviting places for street dwellers. And also, the police department has done a remarkable job of removing, I think, and moving along street people downtown. I saw a few more today because of the rain, but it's noticeably better. I want to ask and I know you can't answer, but in the future, if you could let me know. I just received or became aware of a notice of a hearing being calendared for Monday, March the 17th. That would be next Monday here, with two hearing officers at 10 a.m. in the morning. And the letter is addressed to Simon Chu at 118 North Harvard Street. It is in response, it appears to be to an application for a project extension at that address. And it says that this notice will be provided to the applicant and posted at least 10 calendar days before the scheduled hearing. I just wanted to let you know, I looked at it, it's not in the calendar, where we have the monthly calendar. So one question is it considered a public hearing, which I assume it is. And there were some other notations in here that a documentation being submitted. Is that only documentation from the property owner, Simon Chu, or could that be documentation submitted by the public? And it says that if the documentation is, it's not these exact words, but so voluminous that the hearing officer may need more time, that perhaps the hearing could be extended or continued to a future meeting or a future time. And thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Roy Fales, followed by Terry Learned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've already said hi to most of you already.
Can you put the mic up, please?
Yep. You know I just start talking. Right? My name is Roy Michael, and I have lived in Hemet for 10 years. I'm also a member of the press. This is my press card. I've had it since 2019. It was obtained legally under the U.S. and California Constitution. Even though it's not required, I carry a press pass. Both specifically say no laws may restrict or abridge the freedom of the press. Indiana and Louisiana both try, I'm from the South, so it's Louisiana. Indiana and Louisiana both tried this recently and were quickly shut down by the federal courts. The Associated Press reporter that was kicked out of the White House press corps because apparently some people didn't like what he was saying, that didn't take long. He's right back down in his seat. The Constitution is the owner's manual for the rights of the people. Freedom of the press is part of the First Amendment. It is in the Bill of Rights. That's how important it is. My father is buried at Arlington National Cemetery. He spent his life in the military protecting these very rights under the Constitution. At a recent council meeting, there was mentioned on the dais about free press and whether someone is a member of the press or is not. If you are a citizen of the United States, you are a member of the press. You don't need the card. It's in the Constitution. Now, the individual who identified himself as a member of the media stated he was a journalist. He is, whether you want to believe him or not, whether the cop wants to believe him or not. But there are members of the press that push the boundaries a little bit. I don't like those videos where they're cursing at the cops. They do nothing for me. I do like the videos where they have done absolutely nothing wrong and are getting cursed at by the cops, but I've never heard that in Hemet, so I'm not worried about it. A simple and easy solution, if we're in a situation where there's an accident or a fire or some sort of disaster, police tape. Now, whenever I've videoed a number of accidents, aftermaths, and fires and things like that here in Hemet over the last 4 years, and 5 years actually, and I always go up, I show my press pass, I tell them who I am, I say, where can I stand, and what can you tell me about's going on while I got the camera on them, because that's what it's all about, is finding the news right away and getting it posted. So I understand that the one of the members of the dais has already done a response letter to some of the criticism about what was said, and I would love a copy of that if I can get it. And I trust this council. I've been in front of you guys for a couple of years now. I'm not saying the W word. I will not say it. And I know you will do the right thing. Okay? Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Mayor, the last public speaker is Terry Learned.
Better? Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm just here to talk about our fishing tournament that we're having. We're having a fundraiser that's coming up this Saturday on the 15th. It's a tri-tip fundraiser, all you can eat. It's going to be held again out there at the Golden Era Golf Course. And it's $25 a ticket or two for $40. And we've got the dinner, drinks, it's a no-host bar, dancing, raffle prizes. It's going to be a good evening. We hope to raise a couple grand for the fishing tournament. We have all of our volunteers that are out there making sure this is going to be a good fundraiser. I have tickets, and we've got, as of today, we've got about 65 to 70 tickets already sold. So we'd like to up that. So if you are interested, I'll come up afterwards, and anybody here in the audience who would like to have a ticket, like I said, it's all you can eat tri-tip. So just come to see me, and I'll make sure that we'll get you a ticket. And it's coming up this Saturday. Oh, it's from time. Where's my time thing here? 5 until 9.
Is that the tournament at Golden Era?
Yes. Yeah, that's the Golden Era Golf Course.
Yep.
So that would be at Golden Era. Right out state toward the end, make a left, then make another left, you're on the golf course.
Clarification, this is just a fundraiser dinner. It is not the fishing tournament
No,
itself.
no, this is the
Thank you.
fundraiser. The fishing tournament itself is going to be in May. 31st. Yeah, 31st, the last Saturday of the month. The weekend after Memorial Weekend. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, if you don't mind, the Brown Act does allow a brief response to statements that the public have made. I had a few notes here. Would that be okay?
Yes.
To our first speaker, we do have a draft updated fence ordinance that's going to be coming to the Planning Commission relatively soon, and it may be worthwhile for you to attend that meeting and give the Planning Commission your information on the fencing issue you have, because we might be able to solve both of those at one time. To the question from Judith McPherson, we do have a hearing set for March 17th. It is open to the public. The public is free to give any evidence or testimony that they would like to provide. That hearing, council, is actually the first hearing under the building permit expiration ordinance that the city council adopted not all that long ago. And it relates to a building permit for a building here in downtown Hemet, 118 North Harvard, that has reached the expiration date and all possible extensions that the city building official can grant. And so now there is a public hearing in front of a neutral hearing officer that will occur on March 17th to see if further extensions are warranted. That hearing officer can grant the extension unconditionally, he can deny the extension, or he can grant it but with conditions to ensure that it is being complied with. If any further extensions have to actually come to the city council. So if that project still continues to not be completed, you can expect that we may have a public hearing here before the city council before too long. And then to Roy's question, Mr. Fales, we have, I was going to do this during the city manager's reports and just let the council know that we did have a very productive meeting with members of the media regarding the draft media in disaster areas policy. Really good meeting, really good feedback. We have revised that policy. I believe we have addressed all of their concerns. There's no longer a credentialing aspect to that policy, for example. Instead, it lists what the indicia of someone engaging in media activities are. And some of those things Mr. Fales touched on. I'll be sending a copy of that draft policy to you. We've circulated it to the media representatives, and we'll be getting a draft policy to anyone who's interested in it, so we get those comments back. And then it'll be coming back to the city council, I think the first meeting in April. So just wanted to give those brief comments since it seemed that there was some public interest on those topics. Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask a question? Yes. Excuse me, sir, attorney?
Yes.
March 17th meeting, who's the hearing officer?
Jamar Boyd Weathersby of the firm Jones and Mayer. He's an attorney. And he is the city's designated hearing officer. He has been the city's hearing officer for quite some time. And it was awarded pursuant to a RFP. And he was selected well in advance of setting any hearings.
So is there a cost to this?
There is.
And who pays that cost?
The city does.
Not the person that's coming in front of the officer?
So we can look at establishing an appeal fee, and that's going to be one of the recommendations that we bring forward. The cost is relatively low at this point for one hearing, but now that we've reached the point in time where these permits are going to start expiring, I do recommend that we look at updating our fee resolution to include a hearing fee for future applications.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
We will now move to the receive and file reports. Council, do you have any questions or comments on the budget adjustments or warrant registers?
Oh, yes.
Where is she?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Good evening.
You can go ahead, Joe. I'm just going to go ahead.
I had questions, and we had a meeting yesterday.
No,
And
it was
so
this-
you were going
it
to get
was this morning.
information?
Correct.
So do we have the information?
I do have a line item detail for the Amazon. There are several items that are on there, so I can send that to you via email. It does break it down by the order date,
Okay.
the department, the person that ordered, the dollar amount, and what the item was. So I can email that to you
Okay.
because there's a
And so
lot of different.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that there was a 17,500 expenditure for Amazon for the month, and I just wanted an explanation and make sure everything was good. So-
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll get that sent to you.
Okay,
Could
thank
I
you.
get a copy also?
Sure.
I would just,
Yeah.
that's where I was
Okay.
gonna go on one of them.
I'll send it to all of you. Yeah.
Yeah, just everybody. There was.
And we also on the phone call for
The
Frontier?
Frontier, we're actually having a meeting with the consultant IT is, because we are not sure what that fee is for. The bill only lists phone numbers, and that, there's one that's $1,100 that we need to identify what it is.
Okay. Yeah, all the phone bills were in the hundreds, low hundreds, except for the
That
one
one
we're
wasn't,
talking about
yeah.
was in the thousands, so. Yeah, okay.
Joe, you got it going on.
Buddy, help me with that.
Was it homeless? What was What is the JL Group?
JL Group is a consultant who does employee investigations. Mainly, they do it for the police department.
And on the invoice for Maverick, for the playground supplies.
I'm sorry, what was the vendor?
I'm sorry, the playground supplies and equipment.
I'm sorry, what was it? One more time?
Maverick
Maverick.
sales.
That was from my backyard.
Yeah, I just want to make sure Joe's not getting it for the backyard. Yeah, it's for the front yard.
Looking at the warrant register itself, it states it's for playground supplies and equipment. It is being coded to the Parks Department. I don't know if, Noah, you're aware of what specific park that might belong to, or Greg. Greg's here too.
Is that for Mary Henley?
Okay.
It's,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I've seen, yeah.
Yeah.
So I can get you more detail on that one.
Yeah. Okay, I think that that you and I should have a sit down and go over this, so I don't look as uninformed as I am
Oh,
at the
no,
moment.
Yeah, that's not a problem. My door is always open, and I'm usually there.
Any other comments? If not, we will receive and file the reports.
Thank you, thank you.
We will now move to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration? Are we good?
I just got one question on the vehicles.
Okay, then you need to pull that item. Which item is that?
14D, 14E, and 14F.
Anyone else? Can I have a motion to approve the remaining items?
I'll make a motion to approve all remaining items.
I'll second it.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilmember Mail, second by Councilmember Lodge, to approve the consent calendar with the removal of items 14E and 14F for separate consideration. We'll do a roll call.
I'm sorry, it's D, E, and F.
D, E, and F?
D, E, and F? Okay. Noted. D, E, and F for separate consideration. Roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes. And we'll move on to 14D.
Evening. Hi. Hey. How are you?
Good.
Just to make sure here, what are we doing with the old dump truck?
We don't, so in regards to D, the new one?
Yes.
So there is no old dump truck. This one's replacing, we had an asphalt crew back pre-COVID. We had a crew cab flatbed we used as kind of a dump bed back then. That vehicle became broken, rear end, transmission, other stuff. With the loss to staff, we just surplus the vehicle, we sold it. We haven't bought anything since. We've got some more staff back. We've purchased some recently new equipment, new trailer, start doing a lot more asphalt jobs. So instead of buying a big, huge $280,000 dump truck, we're buying a smaller, more capable, get into our smaller streets, just better overall use for the jobs we're going to be doing now. So.
Okay, and that's going to be enough to haul everything you're going to need?
Oh yeah, and we still have our bigger stuff for the big jobs. This one's a 3 to 4 yards, so most of the jobs they're going to be doing with the skid steer, small little removes, grinds, stuff like that. This is more than enough to deal with it. Chassis wise, it's rated to the trailer and the equipment we also just purchased. So.
Was that the, just want to make sure I'm talking about the right one. Okay. Okay, that's all I needed on that one.
Okay, then we can vote on that one. If-
Yep. Can I make a motion to approve D?
I'll
14D?
second that.
Thank you.
May we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Krupa. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 14E.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm good on 14E. I'm making a motion to approve 14E.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Krupa. Do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 14F.
On 14F, are we getting a new or a used truck?
It is a new truck.
Brand new?
Yes, new. They call it new unused, but yes, brand new, no miles, never been sold, never been used. Yes.
Okay, so we're not grabbing a lemon.
No. Yeah, they in the quote they put new unused. I think that's to cover. There's various model years right now that are sitting out there. A 25 might be ready to go, or if we have to wait, depending on when the order comes in, we have to make for a 26. So they don't really want to state we're going to give you a 2026 model because depending on when we get that order in, we might get lucky and jump in line with a 25.
Okay. Was there, is there a policy that we piggyback with other cities when we're purchasing vehicles?
That's kind of what this Sourcewell contract is kind of that. Instead of going out and looking at other cities, they kind of already did that. They kind of go out to bid in general. They do the bidding for us, and then they do get the prices. That's kind of what this Sourcewell co-op is kind of piggybacking off of
Everybody.
bids that have already been done, yeah.
Okay. There was one of them.
I have one more comment before you make a motion.
Go right ahead.
Okay. I made the comment to the city manager when I was talking to him earlier this week. It would be really nice if you guys would put a picture in these. The police department does a really good job whenever they want us to buy or approve something for them.
Yeah.
And they've got all kinds of diagrams and pictures. We know exactly what they're talking about. I had to Google all these, and they're wonderful vehicles. They're really fascinating. So I thought it was pretty cool to see what we were actually.
And apologies for that. I have in the past on certain tractors and skid steers, I do throw pictures in there. With these, I kind of just went with a street sweeper and a small dump truck and figured
Yeah.
they were more in general statements. But yeah, we'll
They're
do some-
actually really, really neat vehicles. So, thank you.
And my other thing was on the, in my paperwork for the street sweeper, there's no breakdown on it. I don't have a, I just got a total.
Oh, as far as looking at the full breakdown of every part and all that stuff.
Yeah, all the good stuff that, you know. nuts
I
and
mean,
bolts.
we could get a breakdown of the sweeper body. This is kind of what was provided, you know, when we asked for the quote, this is what.
They just gave you a
send us.
number and
So,
said,
we do get more general breakdowns, but I don't know if you guys want to see, you know, rear, left, tail light and 2-pound brake and, you know, all the details or not, so.
no, just in 4 parts, you know.
We'll pass.
Whatever, the body and, yeah, body engine. you
Yeah, I know
all
some
that
of the,
good
one of
stuff.
these includes that. One of them gives a breakdown of every chassis part Ford list, so it's a little
Right.
much, but.
But just a future thing for me. I recommend that we go with 14F.
Second.
Thank you.
Roll call?
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Krupa. Do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to discussion items.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to discussion items. Can we have a report from staff on discussion item 15A?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Almost a year ago, just under a year ago, we had a goal-setting workshop in this room. We're having next year's goal-setting workshop in this room this Friday. And out of that conversation came an interest in the city pursuing branding efforts to update the professionalism of the organization, how we communicate, sharing our story with the region, with our own city and the region and beyond. And so it's my pleasure tonight to introduce this item. I will let you know that our former communication and events coordinator is making a long trek in traffic tonight. I believe he's moments away from walking in the door. So part of my presentation is buying a little time for him because I know he has a passion for this type of work. But this is one of the goals on your work plan for the current fiscal year. We've issued an RFP. We received 21 separate proposals. So we had a lot of interest from around the country in this work. We prioritized the submittals and interviewed 5 firms, all very interesting firms. It's a fascinating topic to learn more about. In this process, we also utilized a council ad hoc committee of Mayor Peterson as well as Councilmember Males. And we are recommending a contract with a company called North Star. They're based in Florida, but they've done a lot of work in Riverside County for a number of cities. We were very impressed with their work, and the value of their contract was very competitive relative to the variety of other proposals. So tonight, the CEO of North Star is with us online, and we have a presentation that we will tee up on the screen. And so with that, let me introduce Will Ketchum, who will talk to you a little bit more about their firm and what to expect as this project rolls out.
Will Ketchum, we're connecting you now. You're live with the City Council meeting.
Am I tracking on audio?
Yes, we can hear you live with the council meeting.
Okay. And
would you like me to present my deck, or will you be projecting it on your end?
We have your presentation projected, and we'll just move slides after, each slide. You can just say next slide, and IT will move on to the next slide.
That
Mr.
sounds good.
And
Okay.
Mr. Ketchum,
Yes.
can we pause for just a moment? Mr. Reyes has arrived, and I'd like to provide him an opportunity to just share a little bit more about this effort.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm still catching my breath. But yes, about this project. This item was on the city strategic plan. And as Mark mentioned, we gathered great interest throughout the country. And we received 21 proposals, all which were fairly great. But part of the process was really honing down to who can really handle this project and would be the best fit, not only per cost, but actual value. So the way we broke it down and the way we decided the 5 organizations we interviewed was the quality of work and their experience. So what cities have they worked for and handled large rebranding processes for? Additionally, we reviewed the quality of their staff. Thank you. The quality of their staff based on their education, their experience, how long they've been with the firm. And we also did a lot of qualitative analysis on how they answered the questions that we asked them. So in the RFP, we asked open-ended questions, things like how many community engagement efforts in person would you do? Would you do a survey? Would you handle focus groups? So we really wanted to see their approach. We had a good idea internally what the correct approach was for our city and what would fit best for us. So it was important for us to see that they fit that same scheme and we're sort of have that common ground when approaching this project. So the committee as well, that comprised of Mayor Peterson, Councilmember Males, myself, the city manager, as well as Ben, the economic development manager. We all came to the same conclusion that North Star would be the best fit for this project, and we felt that they filled both voids in terms of the quality and value based on all the RFPs we received. And to go back and to really emphasize why this project is so important, a city's brand is really its public perception. And I think that with the way the city's going in terms of management and vision based on the city council's feedback, where you're putting large investments into road infrastructure, bringing in new businesses, creating a new economic development manager position that is building those relationships, going to ICSC, right? Things that I would say the previous city leadership didn't do. I think this branding project fits that same schema. It only enhances our chances of getting better businesses here in the city of Hemet, increasing our tax revenue, and then reinvesting that back in our road infrastructure, all that good stuff. And then additionally, the way we are portraying ourselves on social media to the public, and making Hemet based on perception, a more attractive place to open up a business and to raise their family. So this is why this project is so important, and very thankful to have the council's buy-in and support last year, and adding the strategic plan. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reyes, and Mr. Ketchum, we welcome your presentation.
Okay, well, thank you, members of the council, Alan and Mark as well. We're so excited to be your potential partner on the branding of Hemet. I think Alan said it well. This is an investment in your economic future and telling your unique story as Riverside County grows and as people consider you from afar, but most importantly, your own people, that they have the pride and see the value in their municipal services, and that your story is reflective of the authentic excellence of your community. I'm just going to make a quick overview of our credentials and process so that some of the members of the council who weren't on the selection committee get a feel for this. I'll move to the next slide. It says a logo and a slogan won't solve much. And what will really solve things, the next slide, is a positioning strategy. And really what we're trying to uncover, and it's already there, we just want to bring it to the surface, is what does Hemet stand for and where are you going? You know that through Hemet Rises and some of the great planning work you're doing, but we've got to give your residents the confidence to know where you're going, and also those who might invest, open a business, create jobs, or visit Hemet. We want to give them that story and inspire their confidence. A little about our company: we help emerging communities reach their preferred futures. All communities now, like it or not, are competing for the futures they want. Investment and jobs are finite, and you have to put that suit of clothing on and ask for the sale. And that's really, in a sense, what this community brand is about. It's putting on that suit of clothing that says, hi, we're Hemet, and this is what we're about, and here's where we're going. Hope you can join us if it's the right fit. And as Mark mentioned, we do a lot of work in California. We are based in the Southeast, but our location really doesn't matter. We travel and spend time in our clients' communities. Those are our real offices, and you might know some of these communities around the state. Indio, of course, in Riverside County, and have done some other work in the county as well. A little about our process. You can see it's shaped sort of like an hourglass. I'm on slide 6. I won't take you through every step, but I want you to see how the top of that hourglass is a wide opening where we engage with your community, bring their inputs. We listen and learn from your residents about what makes Hemet special. We're going to do some quantitative research also with a community-wide survey, trying to hear from as many of your residents as we can. We're also going to do research outside of Hemet to understand how you're perceived from afar and around the state and beyond. And this is very important as an input to the process. Then we move to our DNA and strategy formation. You see at the neck of that hourglass is the DNA, and that's a key turning point where we're going to distill all our findings, what your residents are telling us, what our research is telling us, into a strategic statement. It's not brochure copy or a tagline, but it's a strategic blueprint that tries to capture what Hemet is about before we move into creative development. And then we go down that hourglass into the broadness of the creative development process, and then out into brand action ideas and rollout. So a several month process. It's a journey that will unfold for the duration of the project. We'll all work together on it. We do not work behind a curtain. We work with you and through your committee to create something together. So this is not an outside group coming in and inventing something about Hemet. It's a partnership where we're helping bring your story to the surface. Your opportunity is so exciting to us. We've been to Hemet, of course, and have loved our time there. We see richness in your history, in your natural environment, your outdoor recreation, but also in your arts and culture, and also, most importantly, an authentic and very down-to-earth nature of your people, and the character of your city is very refreshing in an increasingly plastic world. So we're thrilled about what we see and can't wait to come and help make the most of all these many assets, and there's more, of course, but these are some of the things we visited and studied and see so much opportunity to build the story around. I wanted to end on just a quick demonstration, because you might be wondering, how does this work for others? And how can we be sure these guys know what they're doing? Johnson City, Tennessee is a place in eastern Tennessee that sort of sat in the shadow of all the growth in Nashville and Chattanooga, and some of the other areas of Tennessee. You can see Johnson City over there on the very eastern tip of the state, really even east of Asheville. So in the mountains, in the Appalachian range, a beautiful place, just like Hemet, with incredible outdoor recreation. They're taking a real lead with their mountain biking. But you can see their old branding here was just not telling the story of what they are and where they're going and what their future aspirations are. They called this the Pac-Man logo. And, they said, we've got to get our story straight. We're doing great things here and our branding is not reflecting it. So we developed through the research their DNA statement. I won't read this in detail, but you can see that those wanting unobstructed views and viewpoints in a scenic mountain setting can pursue passions naturally. And they're home of a great state university. They've got some great corporations there, but they've also got that great outdoor lifestyle. So their branding was Johnson City, go all out. And you can see that the reference to go all out is about that outdoor activity, but it's also about the mindsets, that Appalachian grit and hard work that defines their people. So it had a lot of layers to it. You can see how the branding created opportunities for their departments, for their downtown, also for their tourism entity, CVB, and even the public library and some of the departments. We helped to build similar yet distinct identities for each of the key agencies, departments, and partners in the city under that master branding. This just gives you a feel for how some of the branding plays out. And there's some wayfinding signage that's been very helpful for them. And it's been a great success. And they're seeing growth just as you are in population. They're also seeing more tourism and good investment on the economic development side, and trying to capture a bit of that growth in the state of Tennessee that previously was going mostly to Nashville, Knoxville, Memphis, Chattanooga, some of the bigger places. But they're now getting their fair share of the pie, yet maintaining their great quality of life. So that's all I wanted to share tonight, and I'd be happy to answer questions, and we appreciate your consideration.
Any questions or comments from the council?
Yeah, I have a question. With the proposal we got, do you suspect or do you think there will be any additional costs beyond the $92,000 that the city should anticipate?
Is that a question for me or the staff?
For you.
Yeah, I do not. That's a not to exceed budget. We did forecast a certain number of trips in that budget. If there are more extraordinary visits, we just would ask for the opportunity to discuss that. But as of now, Councilperson Males, this is a not to exceed budget.
Councilmember Krupa.
Yes, thank you. Good presentation. We started doing this type of thing several years ago. Didn't go well, so we dropped it. But I think it's a great idea, but I do have a couple questions. How big is the city of Johnson City?
They are just over 100, so just several thousand bigger than Hemet.
Okay. In looking at the what you've given us here, what is the advantage of different departments in the city having a different logo?
Well, some of that was a function of some existing identities in their downtown, for one, and also their library. And as you know, some of your departments or various groups have some history and pride in the identities they've built. At the same time, you want to create more uniformity, right, and professionalism and consistency and cohesiveness across the board. So if you'll notice that Parks and Recreation Department logo on the lower left, that is the model for all of their in-house departments of the city municipal offices, where downtown and tourism and the library were not fully under City Hall. So they have some identities that are related but distinct. But in general, more communities, and I think some of this is in the proposal, the full proposal we sent you, have more uniform identities with just the denotation of the department under the master brand. So there is that consistency.
And quite frankly, I like that idea because our library basically is downtown, and it does have its own special flair and its heart as its little logo. The street signs have a logo that depicts the front of the train station, and AAA and the chamber and the city did that many, many, many years ago. So I mean, that's an area. Do you work with different logo type things and descriptors for various parts of the city? Like, you know, big housing developments have their own street sign design or things like that?
We do. We often work with neighborhoods and PUDs or other sort of districts within a municipal jurisdiction that may need, you know, separate or distinct branding from the master brand.
And I see here that you do hold community meetings and stakeholder meetings.
Oh, yes.
That's very
a
important.
Vital part of the process. It won't work without that.
Yes.
That's how we learn the real truth and the real sort of secret sauce of a community. That's where we learn the best things, but also it's so vital to involve people so they feel a sense of ownership and they feel part of the process. And that helps to create the endorsement on the back end. It's a very emotional topic. Residents have the right to and are experts in their community, and we need to listen to them. And they're going to give their opinions when this branding finally is implemented. So if we involve them, we typically find they will endorse the brand at a higher rate because they trust the process and they got to share their point of view.
Thank you. I think this is extremely exciting, and it definitely is overdue in doing it, and I think it's great. So thank you very much.
If I could touch on, just answer a little bit more on both of your questions, Councilmember Krupa. In terms of the different departments having different logos or brand feels, I think that's really part of the discovery phase, right? And if that's something the council or residents or city staff, if that's something that we're looking for, obviously North Star to be able to go that route. If that's something we're not looking for, we could also go that route as well. So nothing's set in stone. There's going to be an exploration phase where we could, you know, fine tune exactly what we're looking for. In terms of the community involvement, it was always our intention to have the utmost community involvement in this process. That's something that we really looked out for when examining all the RFPs that we received. And as I mentioned earlier, we wanted to see that that was part of their thought process. We want the community to be part of the process. That's how we're going to get buy-in for this. And I think the community needs to also feel that it's theirs, right? So yeah, those were two very important, or that was a very important thing when examining all the RPs, and I think we made the right selection in doing that.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Just one question for the gentleman on the telephone. Did you help Indio define their Music Fest reputation and branding and logo with the Stagecoach and Coachella?
You know, Stagecoach and Coachella were well underway and long-standing traditions before we got involved, which is around 2019. So they, as you might remember, were the city of festivals, and
yes,
they wanted to broaden their message to enhance economic development and also invite people to come live in Indio, not just attend festivals. So Take Center Stage was their branding to honor the festival capital, if you will, of the county, and you know, sort of not ignore that past, but channel the message to a bit more of a message to those who are considering them for other things like living or investing or opening a business. So Take Center Stage was kind of an extension, to answer your question, of a brand that had already existed.
Very good, thank you.
I have a
Councilmember
question.
Mails.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Um,
instead we have Councilmember Lodge first.
I'm sorry. Thank
That's
you.
okay. I just want the gentleman on the Zoom to know.
Yes. Great presentation, by the way. Do you have a minimum of town hall meetings that your company prefers to do before the 9 months?
When we visit for a week on the front end of the project, we like to do at least 5 to 7 focus groups, and that would involve different cohort groups. For instance, we'd like to bring together a focus group of business leaders, another one for faith leaders, another one might be arts and culture leaders and participants. We'd also like to hear from your young people. So you get the idea. We want to meet with different representative groups. As far as a town hall, we also like to, on our visit, if that forum is available, offer an educational presentation to the entire community. It's sort of an open house fashion. And then I'm going to fast forward to after we've created, with your consensus, the DNA statement, we come back for a creative community workshop. And that's another sort of open house that we need the city staff's help with promoting so that everyone in the community knows they can come and be a part of this creative planning workshop where we gather even more inputs as we move through the process together. So I hope that answers your question. There will be plenty of forums, including a website where people can go to learn more, sign up to be brand ambassadors. It's a very open process. There is a point at which it becomes a smaller committee, and that's how you get the very best thinking. But we're going to have a big tent approach to hearing from your residents through those steps I mentioned.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
I think he's answered most of my questions, but the city's prepared to call meetings, get groups together prior to their coming for the week, so we have them all set up already, and we don't have to worry about last-minute scrambles and getting people in.
Absolutely. We're going to work in partnership with North Star on that. I think also we're going to share with them some additional opportunities for us to solicit community feedback from events that are already happening in the community. So, whether it's Hemet Beautiful or another type of an event, there'll be opportunities for us to receive feedback.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I would like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
May we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lodge. Do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Mails.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
And thank you, Mr. Reyes, for joining us today, and congratulations on your new position at the City of Anaheim.
Thank you. Appreciate
I
it.
still owe you lunch at one of my favorite sandwich shops down the street from City Hall, where I had my first internship. at
Thank you,
the
North
city.
Star. We look forward to you coming to our city.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you all. Thanks very much. We look forward to working with you.
That's funny. Can we have a report from staff for item 15B?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Today I'm introducing another strategic plan initiative for the current fiscal year that is bringing an award of contract recommendation to enter into an agreement with Townsend Public Affairs. The city again went through an RFP process, a request for proposal process. We received 5 proposals from firms that provide state, federal, and sometimes in a couple of cases some grant writing services. Before we set the interviews, one of the firms merged with another firm, and so we set up 4 interviews with 4 very reputable and talented and experienced firms. In fact, it was a difficult choice because we're aware of the successes that all of those firms have had. What I think helped to set apart Townsend from some of the other firms was the fact that the way that we are currently approaching grant writing, and by the way, I should back up and emphasize that one of the reasons that this initiative ended up on our work plan was the council's interest in pursuing additional outside funding. So while we do have some legislative ideas that we think have merit and deserve some consideration, we also would like some help with opening doors for community project type programs. We are working hard at developing some shovel-ready projects, and we're going to be introducing one of those very soon. And we have others that will be ready for funding next year. But part of the effort here is to work to keep an eye on grants, keep the pulse on other cities that are also pursuing similar types of funding, make sure that our team includes an awareness of city needs, and help us seek those opportunities. So today, the city's budgeting $60,000 in the current fiscal year. It was actually $100,000 in the prior fiscal year for grant writing services. Today we have 4 firms on call, and what we do is we essentially surgically decide when we need assistance with grant writing. And as you know, we've been fairly successful over the last 2 years. But we could always, we do occasionally need help. This year we've spent about $12,000 of that 60. But essentially that we are committing $5,000 a month today. And when you look at the various proposals here, you'll see that 2 of the firms have state and federal representation, but no grant writing. There's another firm that was that provides state presence as well as grant writing. But Townsend Public Affairs provides all 3, state representation, federal representation, and grant writing services on a retainer of $7,500 a month. So the incremental cost to the city is an additional $2,500 a month. And we would then pivot our grant writing approach to working directly with Townsend for grant writing services as they are needed. There may be an occasional situation where we need some outside. We collectively, Townsend and the City of Hemet, need some outside subject matter expertise on a very technical issue. So that could be an exception to this approach. But we're strongly recommending a contract with Townsend. I also want to thank Councilmember Males and Councilmember Krupa for participating in our ad hoc recruitment process. They were part of the interview process and would invite any comments they have as well. Today I'm going to introduce Corey Takanen, who is the Vice President of Townsend. I'll get to know how to pronounce her name over time a little better, but it's sort of like Prestwich, right? Not everyone gets it right the first time. But Corey has a short presentation to better acquaint you with the firm and talk to you about some of the first steps that they take when working with a new client.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Corey Takanen with Townsend Public Affairs. And I am going to give you an overview of our organization. The city manager described it very well. I also want to talk about our approach to working with the city and the advantage that we believe we will provide the city of Hemet. Townsend Public Affairs, where do I point? This way. Back. Oh, okay. Townsend Public Affairs was founded 26 years ago by our president with a mission to support organizations that better our communities. We really like to refer to ourselves as champions for better communities. Over that time, we've represented over 250 public agency clients, and that's really the core focus of our business. We focus on cities, counties, and special districts. With our clientele, we are ranked as the 7th largest lobbying firm in Sacramento by revenue reported, and we are a top 100 firm in Washington, D.C. as reported by Bloomberg Government. And we really take pride in that recognition because with our public agency clientele, they can't charge as much money as some of the some folks on the private side. So we really believe it shows off our reputation as really being known as the folks that represent the constituents of the members that we're meeting with in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. We are the only firm that provides legislative advocacy and grant funding services for clients in Washington, D.C. and Sacramento. And over the course of the 26 years, we have successfully secured $3.2 billion in competitive funding. That does not include formula funding like CDBG funding that cities receive. It is all competitive grant funding. And we have successfully achieved 150 bills signed into law in Sacramento. We have a team of 17 registered state and federal lobbyists and grant writers, and we leverage that entire team on behalf of our clients. We have 5 offices across the state of California, and we have an office in Sacramento, right across from the Capitol. We have an office in Washington, D.C., in Eastern Market, right across from the House buildings, and then we have satellite offices in Southern California, Fresno, and Oakland. And the advantage that we provide is what we believe is the best of all worlds. You will have a dedicated client manager that will be the single point of contact for the city, but they will be able to leverage the strength of 16 other registered state and federal lobbyists and grant writers behind them. Every member of our team has a different background, has different relationships, has different expertise, has worked on different funding programs, and we are able to draw from any of those individuals at any time to make sure that all of your priorities are being met and that that we're leveraging all of the relationships possible at any level of government. You also have the commitment of senior executives. I'm one of our 3 vice presidents. You have my commitment to remain engaged with the city, making sure that we're leveraging those relationships, talking about high-level strategy, and ensuring that we're not leaving any funding or any opportunity on the table. As the city manager mentioned, we are the only firm that provides all 3 levels of services. And there's a lot of synergy that brings that provides you with advantages, especially with what's happening in Washington, D.C. When we talk about the funding side of things, most of the funding in Washington, D.C. funnels down through the state government. A lot of the grant programs that maybe the city has gone after in the past are ultimately receiving federal dollars, and a lot of that is changing right now. There are also very different priorities of the administration in Washington as there are to our state government. We can look at that strategically. We can look at funding opportunities for your large-scale infrastructure projects, for your police department, for your fire department, and know that we can target some good federal funding programs for those opportunities. We can take a look at other initiatives, maybe climate initiatives, park projects. We just had a parks bond passed on the last ballot, Proposition 4. We are now heavily involved in the implementation of that funding. It will go out through the state budget process, and then grant funding agencies will start to work on the guideline development and the programs and what the guidelines will look like for competitive grants. And then we will be able to help write the competitive grants for the city. So we can see where the levels of government are focused, we can see where the opportunities are, and we can really take advantage of that for the city to maximize your opportunities. And we're the only firm that can give you that holistic perspective of starting in Washington, D.C. and filtering it all the way down through Sacramento and ultimately to the grant program when it's open and available to apply for funding. The next couple slides I'm going to just flip through quickly, but I do want to showcase our team. This is our team of 17 individuals. They have worked for members in Sacramento, in Washington, D.C., on both sides of the aisle. We are a bipartisan firm. Our clients are cities. It's very easy to walk into a member's office and talk about good projects for their local communities. So we really pride ourselves on our team. And collectively, we have over 225 years of experience of working in the buildings in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. that we now bring to this side to leverage on your behalf. I also want to talk about our communication strategies. We know that City Council and City staff has a lot on your plate. We know that your focus is not what's happening in Washington, D.C., what's happening in Sacramento. We really want to become an extension of your city staff. The more information that we have, the more involved we are, the more communication we have, the more we know, the more effective we can be. So we really want to have constant communication, whether that's phone calls, in-person meetings, emails, text messages, get as much participating in your executive committee meetings. We really want to take that sort of we just really want to become part of your team. We want it to be seamless so that we can hear things and we can think of things on the fly that may meet your priorities, to make sure that we're effectively advocating for you. And then lastly, I'm going to touch on our approach. This slide is specific to legislative advocacy, but it's a very similar approach to funding advocacy, which I have on a later slide, but I'll pause here for questions. The first thing we want to do is come into the city and have a detailed orientation. Meet with council, meet with department heads, meet with staff, and learn. What are your priorities? What grants have you gone for in previous years and been unsuccessful? What grants have you gone for and been successful? What are your challenges? What regulations or laws are out there that are causing you anxiety? Then we can put together a strategic legislative strategy and a funding strategy based on those priorities. We can look at both levels of government. We can identify the opportunities. We can identify the relationships, whether it's on the agency side or the legislative side, to make sure that we're tackling whatever that opportunity or challenge is. Then we implement the strategy. We would love to have anyone up to Sacramento or Washington, D.C. to participate in advocacy meetings. If not, we are on the ground there to do those on your behalf and provide constant updates to the city on what those conversations are and what the next steps are. And then lastly, it's just continuing that advocacy work, and on the administration side, it's also helping on the grant side if you have any challenges on the funding administration side. We have been very successful working with cities that need scope changes to grants that they receive. Maybe they need timeline extensions because for whatever reason they need a couple more months to complete a project. We have the relationships with agency staffs to make those requests, because the last thing we want you to do is to give back money that you've secured. So we, again, maximize all opportunities, make sure that we can keep all of the money possible that we receive from the state and federal levels to make sure that you're able to serve your constituents and make those projects happen. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, I'm good. You don't have questions? No, not on this one, because I think all through.
On your grant writing.
Yes.
Turn your
Excuse me. Me. No, I'm just kidding. On your grant writing, is there a limit on how many grants we can request, or if we just have pages of grants, you'll look through them? And do you use AI to search your grants, or?
We don't use AI. Well, first, there is no limit. We will work with the city to apply for as many grants as you would like to go after. What we like to do when we come across a grant is the first thing we'll do is we'll find all of the details on that program. Is there a match requirement? Does environmental work have to be done? What are the reporting requirements on the back end? We want to make sure that your staff understands all of those criteria so that we can make the best decision. Is this grant we're going after worth the money if we secure it?
So
once we do that, then we'll start and we get a green light, let's go after it, then we'll start the writing.
But
and
it's up to
drafting
the city
process.
to cover all the requests that the grant requires.
We'll
Correct.
provide that information, but we
Right.
will need the city to say, yes, we can provide that match. Yes, we can do the environmental work. Yes, we have the staff capacity on the administration side. For example, federal grants are much more onerous on the grant administration side than a state grant or a foundation grant. There are foundation grants out there. Maybe we can get $20,000. It's not a lot of money, but it's a quick process, and you basically get a check. There's no administration. So we'll cover all of that analysis for the staff and the team so that they know what the requirements are if they receive the money. And then once we get the green light, we can help write the actual application.
Is there any additional costs for
No.
us? No additional costs?
The
You don't get
monthly
a
retain,
you don't get a
7,500
percentage?
monthly retainer, that's it. All
Okay.
travels included, all printing fees, binding fees. There's nothing above and beyond that.
Thank you.
And we can look for grants on our own and point them out to you, and vice
Absolutely.
versa. You have a program that if we give you what we're looking for, like arts and culture and theater and that kind of thing, it'll pop up in your end if we're looking for those things?
Yes, I could send you a list tomorrow on arts and culture and historical opportunities that are out there. So we like to put together a monthly matrix for the city that includes grants coming up for probably about 4 months in advance so that we can start to plan against them. But we would love to hear of any grants that you know of, just to make sure we're not missing any opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to get that list.
Sure.
Yeah.
Arts and culture?
Yeah, everything.
Everything.
Actually, historical is be.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of untapped history in this town.
Councilmember Krupa has a question for you.
I really don't have a question, but I do have
Comment?
a couple comments on this, that being on the ad hoc with Councilmember Males was actually fun. And what impressed me was the energy that you brought to the table and also your communication. So I went and checked with council members from surrounding cities that you represent. And all I did was mention Townsend Public Affairs, and they just gushed and said their communication is excellent. We've had agencies before, as Hemet has had lobbyists before, and it has to be more than 1 or 2 times a year. So to get to the point where we want to be in not only advocacy but in grant funding and opportunities, we need the communication, we need the working with staff. And that particular part of your presentation really impressed me, and it really impressed the cities that I went and talked to. So I think this is going to be a good partnership, and I really appreciate the work that your company does, and the energy was great.
Thank you.
And the grants, that's what sold me, was the grant writing ability. So.
Money talks.
Yeah.
If there's nothing else, may I have a motion for this item?
Joe, you want to make a motion? Yeah. And I'm going to second it.
I'd like to make a motion to reject, no, I'm just kidding. I'd like to make a motion to bring TPA on board and move forward with this proposal.
And I will second that.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilmember Males, second by Councilmember Krupa. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 15C, the fiscal year 2025-26 budget workshop. Staff, may I have a presentation, please?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tiffany Barnett, Administrative Services Director. I'm here to present you with the 2025-26 budget workshop. We did hand out the PowerPoint presentation to you guys, so it's nice and big. Some of the numbers are a little small and harder to see, but anyway, I just wanted to give you a overview right now. We did start the budget process back in December of 2024, and this is our first workshop for the new fiscal year, and it's actually 2 months ahead of where we were last year. And this allows us to have much more of an open, ongoing communication with council, and allows us to be more collaborative, and allows the council more involvement. So the extended time that we have together is going to be beneficial. The good news, there is good news, and there's also challenging news of what I'm going to present to you tonight. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. The purpose of tonight's workshop is to go over and review the financial trend history of this current fiscal year. And then we'll discuss some of the budget development principles that we used when we were building this budget. We will discuss the key cost drivers that are affecting the 2025-26 budget. And these will be the large ticket items that are causing any kind of increases in the overall operating budget. And then we will close with some feedback from the council. So we have this workshop tonight, then upcoming budget workshops and meetings that we do have scheduled in the future. They are tentative, except for the one that's on March 14th. That is the strategic planning workshop. That is this Friday. That will help set some of the goals and priorities for the next fiscal year. We do have April 22nd. We will have an additional budget workshop. And then we do have May 27th as the tentative council adoption for the budget, but we do have additional time built in for us if it is needed to go over more discussion items. So with that leaves us with June 10th and the June 24th available as well. And then we also wanted to plan out our Measure U Oversight Committee meetings. Now that we do have a whole new board of committee members, we will have to coordinate with them to make sure that these dates will work for them. But we do have them penciled in on April 15th and then May 20th to go over all of the budget items. So this next slide goes over our key revenue trends. And as you know, sales taxes and our property taxes are two of our largest drivers. And this just depicts how we have grown in our revenue over the last 10 years. And it shows the green is our state motor vehicle license in lieu of tax. The larger portion is the sales tax, which is the orange. And you can see in the last, looks like 5 years, it's actually kind of been fairly flat with not too much growth in there. And then our property tax, it grows slightly. Not at a huge rate, but it does grow. And then we have our just miscellaneous taxes and our franchise fees, which the bulk share of that is our CR&R contract. And then we kind of dive into more of our sales tax. So this slide here depicts the sales tax in the Measure U trend. You can see we go back to 2015. 2017 is where we first realized some of our initial revenue from Measure U. And then going forward, Measure U has brought in a huge amount of sales revenue to the city, almost at the same pace as our sales tax. So without that measure, we would really be struggling. So that has been very beneficial to the city. The next slide here is the kind of like the triangle methodology that shows how we break down the cost for our budgeting purposes. We do have our overall general fund revenue that we have budgeted. You'll see off to the left, it has $80,601,500. That is what we are projecting initially for our revenue coming in. We do back out the transfer, which is our general fund overhead allocation, which is a little over $5 million. So once you back that out, we have about $75.5 million of revenue to allocate, which becomes the larger box on the top. And then from that, we split that 27% between public safety and non-public safety, which gives you the figures there, which is $42.8 million for public safety of the general fund allocation and $16.6 million for non-public safety. And then off to the right-hand side is our Measure U allocation, which is also part of that $75.5 million, which we are currently projecting at $16 million. The Measure U allocation gets split up between police and fire by a 2/3, 1/3 split, and giving police $10.6 million and the fire department $5.3. And then you see over to the bottom of the left-hand quarter, the public safety 72% also follows that same structure of the 2/3, 1/3 split for police and fire. The allocation towards the bottom right-hand corner depicts what public safety is getting in the overall general fund revenue allocation, and then what the non-public safety departments, which would be your city manager, finance, HR, parks, engineering, library, they get that $16 million to split among themselves. So in actuality, it comes out to a 78% of general fund goes to public safety, where 22% is going to everybody else. The next slide here is the historical general fund revenue. On here, it separates into our major categories of taxes, license and permits, the intergovernmental revenues, the charges for service, fines and forfeitures, investment income, and miscellaneous income. And as you can see, it has grown substantially over the last 10 years. And I wanted to point out on it's the 2024 bar there. You'll see the green portion on top, which is a proud moment for all of us because that is our interest income. And it actually brought us in enough to make a green box on our bar graph. So it's been very exciting. It was an astronomical year for us for our revenue for our interest. So it's something to be proud of. This is our regular pie chart that we split up. This is for the draft budget going into next year for 25-26, and it just allocates out the revenues to each of the divisions. Like we have the miscellaneous charges for service, use of money and property. We have the Measure U tax, the sales tax. It just gives us a graphical representation of how all of that general fund revenue is apportioned. This next slide here is the historical general fund expenditures over the last 10 years. You can see the lion's share goes to public safety, which is the orange column in there, with the smaller pieces going out towards the other departments. But on the last bar of 2024, you'll see the yellow column up on top, which is actually the community investment of capital improvements across the city, which, as you can see, historically, we haven't really been able to do very much. So within this last year, we have tackled on a lot of projects and created a lot more investments into the city, which is also something else to be very proud of. This next slide is a graphical representation of the draft for 25-26 of expenditures. And it just breaks it up by department in dollar amount. So you can see like the larger portion of 40.2 million is going to police out of the general fund. You have 16.5 of the fire that's going to general fund. And then, you know, it divvies out to all of the different departments that are funded by the general fund. This next slide here is to kind of show our pension obligation, and we created a scenario. We do have a software called GovInvest that allows us to project out all kinds of different scenarios for our pension long term. And we plug in numbers. This takes us out for 30 years. And I created 3 different scenarios so we could just see basically what the discount rate for PERS does to how much the city has to invest in our pension obligation. So the green line is our baseline. And it's kind of hard to see on the PowerPoint, which is why you have the printout in front of you, because the yellow line is a little hard to see. But this is also actually a live graph, so it doesn't capture all of the numbers as well. So I'm just going to explain a little bit of what's going on. So for 25-26, you'll see all of the lines kind of meet at the same, and it's at 16.2 million. And that's what we are projecting on spending on pension obligations for this next year. And then at 30-31, you'll see it does increase. The green line is taking in a 6.8 discount rate, which is what PERS currently has the discount rate at. If the discount rate decreases, the actual cost to the city will increase. So the red line is if the discount rate were to move just 3 basis points, so from 6.8 to 6.5, you'll see the green line, the red line and the yellow line, I'm sorry. On year 30-31, it jumps over $2 million between the red line and the green line there. So that's $2 million more just if it moves the 2 basis points. So it does have a significant impact with the PERS discount rate. Now the yellow scenario, we wanted to just kind of replicate the Great Recession back in, I think it was 2008 and 9. We copied that same exact scenario so we could see what would happen if we had to face that again. And the yellow line at the year 3031 is actually 25 million. So you go from 18 million, which is the green line, up to 25 million if we were to be in a recession area. So it's fairly significant. So that's just to kind of show you what the discount rate kind of does to our overall obligations.
Tiffany, could you elaborate briefly on that large cliff that we see out in the horizon and help us understand what that means? We like the fact that it's going down.
Yes.
But we want to better understand that.
Yeah. So it's around the year 35, 36 is where it's peaking. And the green line is at 20 million, the red line is at 22 million, and the yellow line is at 33 million. Now just keep in mind that hopefully we stay on the green line, which is where we currently are, and that the discount rates do not decrease. But what that does is as the discount rate decreases, our cost will increase. So that is where it'll peak, and then it will start kind of going down and descending. There's a lot of factors that go into that. The main portion of it is people pass on, and that becomes no longer a debt to the city to have to pay for. So that's the representation of where it peaks, and then it falls down. So. This next slide here is the historical pension and OPEB obligations. You can see we captured from 2015 the pension amount that we have actually paid out in the pension column, and then the OPEB with our total column there. And you can see just through those periods of time, we have grown significantly in how much our pension and OPEB obligations cost for the city. And those, unfortunately, are things that are out of our control that we really can't, we can't really do anything about. It's just, has a lot to do with the economy, how long people are living. There has been some pension reform in the past that has brought down some of those rates, but they are obligations that cities are bound to. And then off to the right, you will see the stacked bar graph where it has the pension and the OPEB, and how the discount rate has fluctuated through the years. And as I said, as the discount rate decreases, the obligations to the city increase. So, in this also, the impact for the pension debt factors are based on investment returns, changes in the discount rate, other actuarial assumption changes, and the retirement plan formula, which we actually do have quite a few different plan formulas. This next slide here is the CalPERS benefit rate performance. And as you can see, the rate for the CalPERS has increased over the years. It right now, currently for 2026, we're looking at 70% for safety, which that means it's 70% on top of their regular salary is just the benefit for their PERS that the city is obligated to pay for. And then miscellaneous employees are going into the 43 percentile. And off to the right, you will see a graph there just kind of depicting the two different safety and miscellaneous per memberships and what they have looked like over the years. This next slide there's a lot going on. It's an interesting slide. It's actually from CalPERS actuarial report, and it is the discount rate and the investment return. So you'll notice on the very bottom, it does have the discount rate range where it has only, in these years, it's only changed, it looks like 6 times. So the rate doesn't change every year, it just changes periodically. And then the solid blue line that is going across all of the bars is actually a reflection of the discount rate. So you'll see, like in the year 2022, the discount rate dropped by 6.1%. So there is that blank area in there, which was a loss for PERS. So that's where rates fall back on to the cities as their obligations to pay for. So we want to kind of keep it at that 6.8 and not let it, well, we don't want it to fall for sure. So that is this slide. I don't know, Mark, did you want to add anything on this one?
I guess the only thing I would add is when you see a loss like occurred in 2022, and that percentage loss below zero, we have to add 6.8 to that. So the cumulative number is actually the loss that PERS experiences, because we expect them and they expect to earn at least 6.8% on their portfolio. When they miss that target, even if they've earned 5.8%, it still costs all of their member agencies more money in future years. So it's a real challenge. When CalPERS contemplates reducing the discount rate as was illustrated, as they have done since 2015, when we used to have a discount rate of 7.5%, they are spreading that burden to our local governments. So we've picked up millions of dollars of extra expenses over the last 9 years associated with changes in that discount rate.
Okay, and this next slide is just a little more of an illustration just to show you the difference of just 1 percentage point between the discount rate. The first column there has 5.8 of a discount rate, where the next one fluctuates by 1, which is 6.8, which is what we're currently at. And then if it becomes a higher rate of return at 7.8, and if you follow the accrued liability line across, you'll see right now we're at the 147 million. Just that 1 basis point down is actually, it's almost a $20 million drop, or increase, I'm sorry, it's an increase. But if we go up 1% for the discount rate, it actually decreases by about 16.3. So just a 1 percentage point has a staggering impact on the overall liability for the city. So now we're going into the budget development principles that we used when we were building this budget. So going into it, we utilized a very conservative property tax and sales tax revenue assumptions. We limited department expenditure growth, with the exception of regular contractual agreements that are scheduled to increase over time. We removed the vacancy factor, which was implemented in 24-25. We removed the liability premiums from one-time use of fund balance just into a regular operating expense. There are no staffing increases, and we want to make sure that we ensure that the budget is aligned to the council work plan initiatives that we're going to be discussing on Friday. So these are the principles that we established going into building the budget. On this next slide is the expenditure cost drivers. So these are the items that were the most significant in increase to the budget when we compare it to last year. The top of the list is our liability increase in premium. You do see that it is at a $5 million rate. What that does account for is we are expecting a $1.8 million increase in 25-26 for the premium. And then we also needed to move that $3.2 million we had used of one-time fund balance back into an ongoing expense. So that's where the $5 million is coming into play. Then we have the vacancy factor, which we budgeted in last year, which is $3.1 million. We are putting that back into play instead of a one-time, or actually as a vacancy factor. We need to account for those salaries for employees. The liability budget increase for excess claims for 1.7. As you know, we were facing some significant liability issues, and the cost that we're actually having to pay on claims has increased. So we need to budget accordingly. So we have increased the budget by 1.7. The CityNet, which was previously paid with the use of one-time fund balance, it is an ongoing operational cost, so we need to pull that out and put that in with the ongoing expenditures. That alone is a little over $1 million. Then we also have an increase in our unfunded liability, which is through CalPERS. That is our annual rate that we paid down towards our future liability for retirements. That has increased in the next fiscal year by $1 million. There are step increases in a 3% COLA, which is yielding about an additional $1 million. The information technology services, there is actually quite a few internal service funds here that the way that an internal service fund works is these are the departments that actually service the city. So it would be anything like IT, facilities, you have vehicle maintenance. They actually service all of the equipment. They provide support for the computers. So we as departments have to pay for their budget. So it becomes an overhead cost for us. So they have actually increased significantly. And a lot of that is due to the timing where we had created our budget last year. We didn't have the final salary numbers in for those internal service charges. So now we're catching them up and then adding that on. So there is a significant jump in there to become one of our cost drivers for those internal service charges. And then we do have a general plan update, which we do have penciled in at 500. I hear that is probably a little low, but we do have that on the horizon that we're looking at. We do have some fund balance in our general plan update that will be used towards it. So these are the cost drivers. The next slide here is just, we just want to give a little graphical presentation of our liability insurance premiums and our deductibles. And just in a short period of time back in 2020, the gray line is our deductible, which was at $250,000. The premium itself was around, oh gosh, that was only like $500,000 at that time. So in 2021, the premium, it jumped up to $1 million, but now we're facing about a $6.5 million premium with deductibles that are $6 million. So that's just over in a few short years. So. Now we're going to go into the actual budget line items. The first slide here that you see are going to be the revenues. So these are our resources that we're using to build the budget. Again, we did use conservative approach. So these numbers are on the lower side for our sales tax and our property tax. We come at $80.6 million in revenue. And that's about a change of $450,000 from last year. And it shows where the increases and decreases are over in the columns off to the right. So we compared the actuals from 23-24, the adopted from this current year, and then what we are drafting as a proposal. Again, these are just initial conservative numbers. We will look at it in the future and see how we are going to refine them. The next slide starts into our expenditures, which are considered our uses. And we go by department here. So we have the police, fire, public works. We have administrative services, which consist of finance and HR, community development, the library, the city manager, the city clerk, council, and the treasurer. We do have non-departmental, which house our animal regulations, and non-departmental other also includes the general plan update that we have penciled in there. So as you can see, our revenues were at 80 million and our expenditures are at 95 million. And then this slide is the third and final piece of those three images. And you can see that we are looking at a deficit of about $14.5 million. So with that significant deficit, we immediately started brainstorming ideas of what can we do. So we wanted to give some examples. These are just preliminary and initial brainstorming ideas. I know there's a lot more that we are going to be able to uncover and to implement. So, but right off the bat, if we were to go with the projections that HDL gave us for the property tax and sales taxes, that will yield us about another $900,000 on the revenue side. And you'll see we used a conservative 3% for property, where they are estimating a 5.75 increase. And then sales tax, we dropped it down from 3.1 to 2.1. We could add that back and it would yield about another $155,000. It's not significant, but it's something. And that's what we're looking for, is every little piece that we can. The expenditure adjustments that we're looking at, we could deploy another vacancy factor. We do have still quite a few vacancies that are general fund funded. We are hoping to get them hired and on board. So the vacancy factor is not really a lot to depend on. And the CityNet services, that is something that we are looking at. Maybe we won't be able to afford that, you know, in going into the future. Is that something that we can afford? Because we've currently used it as one-time fund balance, and you should not use ongoing costs. Use fund balance with ongoing costs. So the general plan update, we can actually take that out of the budget and use one-time use of fund balance to supplement the fund balance that we have in the general plan update. And then we also are anticipating, we've budgeted only $500,000 in our interest earnings, which we only budgeted $600,000 for this current year, and we already are over about 3.1. We're looking to end probably around 3.5. That's not anything that you want to get comfortable with, so you don't want to necessarily budget it ongoing, but this is something that can help. So these are some of the ideas. That still leaves us with a deficit of $8 million that we're looking to close the gap on. So the good news is that our investment earnings have made an incredible yield for us here at the city. We actually have almost, it's probably, it's over $180 million in cash and investments right now as of the end of December. And they are all making an average of 4%. So that is giving us a huge amount of interest that's coming back to us to invest. And you'll see historically where we started with this is all of our cash and investments over the years, and then the interest rate where we started back in 2020 was just a little over 1%, and it did dip down to under 1%, and now we're at an average of 4%. And this is average and combined of all of the investments. So that's our good news. And this is our more good news, is our general fund balance. We are ending the fiscal year 2024 with, it's about a $9.5 million increase in the fund balance. This graph right here shows that 2024, the reserve amount you'll notice is $22 million versus the $9.2 million that was last year. And that is because of the deployment of the 40% reserve. Prior years were standing at a 20% reserve, where now we are holding it at a 40% reserve. So overall, our fund balance increased from $63.6 million to $73.1, but the allocation of the general fund Measure U and the reserve is just kind of spatially different. But it's a huge increase over the general fund, and you can see the bar graph, how it continues to grow. Now, this next diagram shows our fund balance, and it actually breaks it up into the pieces of the pie. So while we have a significant fund balance, a lot of those things are earmarked for other things, and they're not just free and out for the grab, we do have to use them for certain items. So you have your non-spendable fund balance, which is like your prepaid expenses. And then your restricted is housing and community grants and the PEG channel, the PEG funds that are for the access channel. Then we have committed, which is our encumbrances. There's 3 R's there. Anyway, the committed is actually the reserve, and the Measure U fund balance is in that category. The assigned is our continuing appropriations, and then the unassigned is what is available to spend. So you can see the yellow highlighted line item is what our unassigned fund balance is that we can readily use, and it's not earmarked for anything. The difference between 22-23 and ending the year 23-24, you'll see there is a reduction in the unassigned, but there's also a significant growth in the committed general fund balance, which is due to, again, the 40% reserve. So while we grew $9.5 million, the unassigned portion was reduced and moved to the general fund committed balance. So with that, that ends the discussion and the presentation for the budget workshop. We are looking for any feedback on revenue assumptions that you may have and any kind of direction in budget balancing strategies. We are open to anything. And any general questions, we're here to help.
I just have one question.
Mm-hmm.
Is the library security included in their budget so far this year because it was cut from CDBG?
She has it line itemized, so she's going to bring it up for us.
Thank you.
Yes.
I had a question regarding the general plan update. So I know part of the diff fees go into, a portion of them go into updating the general plan. Do we know what that balance is?
Well, the general plan update is actually, it's in a special revenue fund. It's not in a diff fund. And it's a little over $500,000 for the fund balance. So I want to say it was 526,000. It was over 500.
So, but that's collected from diff fees over the years?
You know, is it diff fees that go into that? I would have to look into it.
Okay.
Because the diff fees are in a different category, and they're collected more so for like the facilities, the fire facilities, police facilities.
I know previously it did have a line item for the general plan update. So I don't know if that's changed, but I was curious.
Yeah, there is a general plan update fund. It's in the special revenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mark, would you like to add anything? Okay. Any ideas? Would you like us to go and increase revenues to what was given to us by HDL, which is it's not a huge thing, but it's something. It gives us about 900 more thousand.
I think being conservative is the way to go.
Yeah.
Because you never know what's going to happen.
We don't right now.
We're
things are-
ready for a downturn.
I would agree with Councilmember Krupa, and then also with, what's going on in Washington DC. It's, I don't know if we've got, federal grants that are in question at this time, but I agree that we need to be conservative.
I agree also, because we were
Yeah.
talking the other day, and it's like, let's hold on to what we have for now, because we don't know what that outside world's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just hang on to it.
And fortunately, we have a huge reserve.
We do.
Yeah.
And that's what it's there for, is if, unfortunately, it comes a day where we're in a recession or something else tragic happens, we have a good cushion there.
Yeah.
But we were there before.
Yes,
and
we
so
were.
was
We
I,
don't wanna go
and that
there
we
again.
do not want to go. There was bloodshed. That was absolutely horrible to get elected into office and have to cut 200 jobs and everybody take pay cuts. Was not something I want to go through again. So yeah, conservative is best.
Any other comments?
We leave it on a downer.
More to come, right?
Give the good news.
Well,
again.
we made a significant amount of interest.
Yes,
I
we
think the
did.
most we have
Good
in
job.
history. So yeah, we did. COVID did good for us. It really did.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I also wanted to thank you for bringing this on early. I know that's something
yeah.
that I had been requesting, and I think that getting the council involved early on is definitely to our benefit, so that we're aware and we can all start thinking of strategies.
Mhm. Yeah.
But thank you. I very much appreciate it.
And we'll see you on Friday.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, okay. Thank you for your presentation. We will receive and file this presentation. We will go to item 15D, and may we have a report from staff from this?
Yes, Mayor. Stephen Graham Pacifico, your city attorney. I'll be giving the initial staff report for item 15D, which is a first reading, an introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, adding provisions to the Hemet Municipal Code that establishes a sales tax sharing agreement and economic development program for automobile dealerships. You will be forgiven for having a little bit of deja vu when you look at this program, because we had implemented a similar program for the hotel industry through a transient occupancy tax sharing agreement in an attempt to stimulate economic development and encourage investment in existing facilities and the establishment of new ones. As the city manager and staff have continued to, we don't just look for revenue generators here at the budget workshops. It's something that your city manager and staff are looking at all the time. One of the things that became very apparent was that a significant driver of our sales tax revenue and our Measure U revenue is the operation of our automobile dealerships. And so, ensuring that we are investing appropriately on the city side in the infrastructure surrounding that facility was an important initiative. And so you saw recently the repaving of the streets surrounding the auto mall. We want folks, when they come to look at a new car in Hemet, to get in that car and say, wow, it drives very smooth, right? Don't need them pulling that new car out and hitting a pothole. So we've been working on our part on the public infrastructure. But, in talking with our partners who operate the significant facility in the city, it became readily apparent that there's a couple of things going on here. First off, I want to thank the city manager. He's having me give the staff report, but this has been spearheaded by the city manager. He requested, we had a great sit down with all of the dealerships in the city of Hemet. As far as I could tell, that may have been the first time in recent memory that our auto dealerships were all in the same room talking about business. I can tell you that in my career, I've operated in many jurisdictions that derive a lot of sales tax revenue from automobile dealerships, and you typically want your automobile dealerships working together through a trade association and then working in partnership with the city to ensure that there is coordination and investment in marketing in their private facilities to ensure that they are doing productive business and that we're getting a significant amount of sales tax. So we were encouraged, I think, even absent this program, I think that the city's initiative working with our dealers and then them just taking that ball and running with it, I think is already yielding extremely positive results in terms of coordination amongst themselves, working on upgrading their website for the Hemet Auto Mall, working on coordination for other types of joint initiatives. And then lastly, this program, which was, talking to our existing dealers and saying, what is it going to take to, one, fill out those last remaining unused lots at the auto mall. There are some restrictions on the city's ability to lure dealers from other jurisdictions to our area. And so the best opportunity for growth is actually our existing dealers. Several of our dealers have multiple franchises operating within a single building or single complex. But they have sales that could justify splitting those up, adding more room, more facilities, and therefore spurring additional sales. The other thing that we could look at is additional expansions of the service facilities. So it's not just the sales of new vehicles that generate jobs, economic growth, and sales tax. It's also the services that go on at those facilities. And so expanding those facilities is important as well. And then lastly, there are obligations that our dealers have to upgrade their facilities to be in conformity with the franchise obligations from whatever business they're operating with, be it Ford, be it Honda, be it Hyundai, Chevrolet. They have obligations to have their facility meet a certain standard. So that's oftentimes a pretty significant investment. And sometimes when you have a dealer who's looking at that, looking at the investment that they're going to be required to make, sometimes it's significant. Sometimes they start looking at, okay, is this a good investment for me? Am I going to get my return? We certainly want those significant sales tax generators to remain in the community and to continue to have successful business. And we want to, this program would encourage that investment in our community, which has multiple effects, one of which is increasing jobs within the community, increasing sales, and thus increasing future sales tax potential within the community. And also, you know, I called it golden handcuffs when we were discussing these with the dealers. You'll notice that there is a provision in the ordinance that if you leave, if you shut down your facility, if you leave the city of Hemet, that sales tax sharing gets clawed back. It becomes an obligation that has to be repaid to the city. And so, you know, this is a good partnership, but it also is a commitment of both parties to each other, that we are going to continue to invest in each other for the foreseeable future and for the benefit of the community. So based on those overall objectives and the negotiations led by the city manager, I was asked to draft a ordinance that would codify how this program would operate. So you have that draft ordinance in front of you now. I'll go through some of the highlights. One of the things that when we initially started this was we were looking at just automobile dealerships. And so for those of you following along, I'm on page 728 of the backup. I'm going through the highlights of the ordinance. One of the initial drafts that I had, it was limited to automobile dealerships, because that's what we were looking at. And one of the things that we got feedback on from the existing dealers was, that's great, we'd love to expand, but we have a lot of empty room here. There may be some opportunity to bring in a different type of business that is nevertheless has good synergy with an automobile dealership, such as RV sales or off-road vehicle sales. So we expanded the definition of eligible businesses under this to include motorcycles, motorhomes, and off-road vehicles. In terms of the application, the dealership is going to make the application to the city to enter into this agreement. They're going to have to include an economic analysis that comes with that, not just because we want it, I think of course we want it, but also because state law requires it. So it's going to have to show that, you know, either new facility construction, modernization, or expansion are going to result in increased economic activity and employment within the city. So when these come forward to the city council for approval, you will have an analysis that comes with it that gives projections in these different areas. We limited the eligible costs. This is not a subsidy to operate, right? So we're avoiding routine maintenance. We're avoiding subsidizing operational costs. These are hard costs and the costs that go with that for new construction, renovation, and expansion. One of the things that we initially looked at was, do we recommend the splitting of all sales tax? Now, when I say that, technically, Measure U is not a sales tax. It's a transactions and use tax, whereas Bradley Burns, the traditional 1%, is a sales tax. And I think you'd be hard-pressed even to get a city attorney to be able to explain to you what the difference between a sales tax and a transactions tax is. And I'll avoid it in trying to embarrass myself tonight. Suffice it to say, based on this community's strong preferences that have been historically expressed regarding Measure U, our recommendation was that we not enter into sharing agreements with the Measure U revenue. We can, if you'd like to direct us to go in that direction. But we were looking at sharing just the traditional 1% sales tax, the Bradley Burns tax. We also were looking at, how does that reimbursement occur? So you're going to have a sharing of the sales tax that's coming in from the dealership, and it will go back up to a maximum, which is typically going to equal what their investment was. It'll also be limited by the amount of the share. So if they grow their sales significantly as a result of these expansions, they will be paid back much faster, which is good for them and it's good for the city. We looked at establishing caps on these. This is based on discussions with them about how much does it cost to completely renovate an auto dealership? How much does it cost to build a new one? How much of that is really, does it make sense for the city to be involved in? And so staff, based on those conversations, is recommending 7.5. And now again, this is not up front. The city doesn't write a check for this amount. This is over the life of an agreement, which is 20 years, right? So it's a few $100,000 per year in split revenue. But you're looking at 7.5 is what our recommendation is for renovations, and 10 million for a new dealership over the entire life of the agreement. The reimbursement is contingent, again, on those achieving those performance benchmarks that we talked about. So we're going to want to see that the city's investment is yielding the return, not just in a new building, but did that new building have an effect on the employment or on the economic development in the city? The ordinance also, one of the things that, so when we started this, we did not have these budget projections. So as we were going through this process, we were looking at the sales tax data that's coming in. We were looking at what the future expenditures were looking like. And one of the things that I think, each of these agreements does have to be approved by the council. So the council can, of course, decide where it wants to be at any time. But I think one of the things that the city manager wanted to do was just manage expectations with the industry. And that includes that the city council setting initial limitations on the number of these agreements or the maximum amount that is offered. One of the things that the city manager and I talked about with the dealers was, we could have a limitation on this until we get a new dealership, because a new dealership is brand new revenue, didn't exist before, right? And at that point, we could look at perhaps increasing the availability of other agreements for renovations and expansions. Under state law and under the ordinance, we're required to have annual reporting on what the agreement was, how much was shared, and what the economic development achievements are. So if you actually search on other cities' websites that have similar agreements, Murrieta, Indio has one of these. I looked up some from Huntington Beach, Carson City. You'll see these reports on their websites. They'll show you
These reports are given to the council also,
or? They can be given to the council. I think it's usually just provided on an annual basis and then posted on the city's website.
Okay.
And so, it's just a way to keep track to make sure that we're getting the benefit of our deal that we struck. So one of the things that we included, that we did include the clawback provision to ensure that, we are having that long-term partnership that we're looking for. And then we also put in some language in here that, we cannot grant these subsidies to a dealer that is relocating from within the market area from a nearby jurisdiction. The intent of this is not to spark an economic development trade war with a neighboring jurisdiction. We're not coming for your dealerships, whichever city is listening. We're looking to help the ones that are here and establish new ones. And so that is a requirement of both the ordinance and a requirement in state law.
Don't we gain more tax revenue on a new business that would come in and utilize this?
So that's a good question. It's going to depend on the analysis, but yes, I mean, I think that at its core, a new dealership is new money for in terms of sales tax sharing. Whereas entering into one of these agreements with an existing dealer, we don't currently have sales tax sharing agreements with our existing dealers, right? So we will be splitting initially an existing revenue source.
Which will give us
However,
less money.
In the short term,
Yeah.
yes, and I think that that's going to be one of the important parts of the economic analysis that is done before it comes to the council. I think you should expect some short-term reduction in revenue from that facility, but the goal should be a project that in the medium term and especially in the long term results in a significant increase
Well, more sales.
back to the city,
yeah,
right?
Okay.
And keep in mind, these facilities, some of them have been renovated pretty recently. Not all of them have. Keep in mind, starting a new one's great, but you know me, I'm in the private sector. I'm a contractor, right? I always say keeping an existing client is a lot easier than getting a new one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Keeping an existing dealer and ensuring that it's successful is a valuable goal unto itself, right? Because if we did, for whatever reason, for economic reasons, or if they were having trouble meeting their franchise obligations, or frankly, if they were voluntarily looking to transfer elsewhere, we'd completely lose that revenue, and that would be damaging to our projections. So, half of something is better than all of nothing, as they say. So it's a good question, and I think that that's sort of what we're looking at. Again, we're looking at an economic development partnership. The goal is looking at a deal that we can say with relative certainty is going to result in increased revenue and increased economic development to the city, especially in the medium term. I think that covers all of the talking points that I had. I don't know if the city manager spearheaded this. I've really appreciated being a part of it. I don't know if you want to add anything, sir.
Could we use this incentive in other industries that we have, or is it just based on a car dealership?
Yes, we can. There are some limitations in state law related to big box retailers. Your Walmarts, your Best Buys, your Targets, your Costcos. There are limitations on using these types of agreements to encourage relocation. So we'd have to look on a case by case at other industries. Yes, and then there is constantly elements of our state legislature that are looking at interfering in this process and shutting it down. The league has had to step in, and I mean, this was actually one of the only times where that meeting that's at the end of the league conference was really exciting. Was when they talked about sales tax sharing, and you had I think it was the city of Ontario and the city of Rancho Cucamonga taking opposing sides and having some spirited discussion about that. Just recently, in the last legislative cycle, one of the assembly members introduced a bill that would have stopped our ability to do this kind of program. And so I do think that it's important, if we want to establish this program, and if you are an automobile dealership who's looking to take advantage of this kind of program, that we get
Now's the time.
that going through relatively soon.
Could this also be used on a Costco to get them in here, this incentive program?
So not as currently written, because again, we're looking at automobile dealerships.
Right, not currently written, but can it be used for that?
I think a similar process could be used if we were looking at other kinds of significant retail investment. So Costco is one example, but yes, we could certainly analyze that and explore it and bring back a similar program. Like I said, there's limitations on our ability to enter into those agreements under state law. The biggest limitation is on allocation of e-commerce, right? So we cannot enter into an agreement that would reduce the sales tax that is currently going to another agency, right? And we cannot, we are restricted in our ability to use this to have relocations. But if you're talking just a brand new facility, and maybe you have a retailer, you mentioned one, right, that says, maybe we could go, maybe we don't know exactly how it pencils, but maybe this agreement makes it so that they know it's a good investment. That's certainly something we can look at putting a program together for as well.
Don't smile.
The only thing I would add, and thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for a wonderful presentation and your assistance in crafting this. The only thing I would add is there's a limitation on the availability of this program built into the ordinance. So this only allows and essentially incentivizes these dealerships, whether they're existing that want to go through a renovation, existing that want to expand, or any dealership that would like to expand into the Hemet area. This provides an incentive to complete that within 10 years. So this program does go away unless extended by the City Council after 10 years.
Or shut
You gonna
down
be
by
here
the
in 10 years?
legislature.
Or shut down by
You're going to be here in 10 years?
Any comments, questions from council?
Just one. It says the sale of new automobiles, new motorcycles, new motorhomes, or new off-road vehicles. What about travel trailers that are pulled?
So that's a good question. I think we can absolutely add that to it, because again, we were looking at symbiotic relationships. I guess I was focused on things with motors, but if it's being pulled and it costs a lot of money, that still generates sales tax. So
Well, because then they have to buy the super duper pickup truck to pull the super duper motorhome, and it's not a motorhome, travel trailer.
I can tell you that's right. The other thing I will say,
They have to match. I mean, the
about
colors
this-
have to be the same.
about this whole process,
Yeah.
was that it was extremely gratifying to go and have these discussions at our Hemet Auto Mall, and it was really hard to walk by all those really amazing vehicles and not take them out for a test drive after our meetings were concluded. There are great deals at the Hemet Auto Mall, but in any case, I think we can absolutely add travel trailers to the definition if the council would like.
I think that would be a good addition. So does Tom. And Ford does have, and I think it's called an Avenger, that is an off-road vehicle that sells for $100,000. And it advertises that it can beat any Jeep in the world. So Jeep and Ford are going to have a nice competition here, but they're absolutely amazing. They're a nice-looking vehicle, but $100,000. And it's like, woo! Yeah, I looked at one when I was getting my car and said, I'll buy my little car.
Councilmember Henry, did you program?
Yeah,
Did
so
you comment?
I'll make that notation that when we come back for second reading, we will have the addition of travel trailer if that's the consensus of the council.
That's good.
The other thing I did want to note here is that this is not necessarily limited to just the auto mall, right? And it is not necessarily limited just to franchise dealers. So there are alternative methods of selling vehicles in the city of Hemet that some other automobile manufacturers have engaged in. And those other automobile manufacturers have gone into very creative processes for reusing underutilized commercial space, of which we have some in the city. So that is also just something I wanted to note, that's speculative, but that could be something that we look at as well.
What about, marine craft? We do have the Diamond Valley Lake, we have Lake Paris, we do have bodies of water in the area. If we're doing motorized, let's do motorized.
Yep. So, if we want to add, boats and other, marine craft, so jet skis, the like, makes sense.
Yeah.
Things with wheels, things with propellers, airplanes.
Okay.
Do they have airplane dealers?
Yes, they do.
They do? Okay.
So would the boats be only for if the car dealerships wanted to bring them on their space, or would it be like the separate marine store that's down on Sanderson?
Be a new dealer.
So again, it would have to meet the
Be new.
definition here, right, which is an expansion of an existing dealership. So this is the business that you are in. You are in the process of selling new vehicles. So we can include marine craft, we can include travel trailers. I was joking about the airplanes. I don't know if the council was.
Yeah.
Okay. But if we had a business come in that said, look, we want to establish a new 150,000 square foot retail facility selling new watercraft in your community, and we'd like to take advantage of this, I can't think of a policy reason why we'd be opposed to that.
No.
And again, the auto mall was looking at those as being essentially symbiotic, right? Because if you create that sort of area, it's sort of economic activity begets economic activity. People are coming; they're coming to look at a watercraft. They drive by the Jeep dealership, right? So I don't see the issue with that, and we can absolutely add it to the ordinance if you'd like.
Well, and way back in the late 80s, early 90s, it was the sales tax agreement with the auto dealers that got them to move off Florida Avenue and out onto Warren Road to create the auto mall. And they have all done much better because they were just spread out.
Because they
up
came
and
to
down.
one area.
They came to one area, and you could really do some creative shopping at one spot. So it was a sales tax agreement then, and it has worked out extremely well. And no, I wasn't on council.
Just seems like it.
Anything else?
Nothing else from staff so I have the notes to add to the definition of dealerships, new and used travel trailers, marine craft. I'm going to put aircraft in there.
Thank you.
I thought they didn't want used
Yeah, I thought it
out
was
there.
So
That it was
no used. So
it was only new.
So I want to be clear. To get qualified in this agreement, your primary business has to be selling new versions
Okay.
of these things.
Right.
But if you're a dealer
If you're a
that's
dealer.
selling watercraft,
Yes,
you're also going to have as a secondary part of your business selling used.
correct.
What this is not available to is where your primary is used vehicles.
Okay.
And that's important, I think, for the city. I think it was also very important for our business partners who were looking at this program. Perfect. Yes. Oh, sorry.
So can we
The city
write it-
manager likes the aircraft edition, just to be clear.
So can we put in there primarily new then?
So it already has
already has it.
primary sale of new.
Okay.
So
That's for everything.
yeah. So I'm just going to add these items to the list of existing.
Okay. So do you need a recommendation to move forward then?
Yes. So we need the staff recommendation is the motion, and that is to introduce and conduct first reading of the ordinance, waive further reading, and direct second reading at the next regularly scheduled meeting. Just so we're clear, that second reading and adoption will also have a resolution attached to it that's going to include the recommended limitations on the number of agreements. Okay? So you will see a resolution attached to the next one. We're still going to put it on consent, but if for some reason you guys want to pull it and talk about that, that's going to be okay.
Thank you.
May I have a motion for this item?
I'll move what the city attorney just said.
Go ahead.
I'll second.
May I have a roll call, please?
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick. Do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
We will now move on to 15E, presentation on city emergency preparedness roles and responsibilities. May I have a staff report, please?
Mayor, I'm going to begin at your request and certainly in the wake of the fires in Los Angeles, emergency preparedness is top of mind. And tonight we're going to receive a presentation from our fire chief, Chief Sell. In the middle of that presentation, we're going to invite the city attorney to comment on some work that you've already done to enhance emergency preparedness, and we're prepared to answer any questions you have. Chief Sell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, everybody. So, much like the city manager just acknowledged, we obviously have had recent fires in Los Angeles, but also we only have to look to 2022 when we had the Fairview fire here that impacted our community, and then most recently the fires that we had here in town. So, with this quick little run through, and the Emergency Operations Center and we want to have a lot more time with you, but this is going to be just a brief introduction into an Emergency Operations Center, just so everybody has a good idea of what to expect. So the purpose, we can go with, let's see here. To ensure our city council and city staff understand the basic function of an emergency operations center, or referred to as an EOC, the roles and responsibilities they will be expected to undertake during an EOC activation. Okay, so what is an EOC? An EOC is the Emergency Operations Center, which is a central command and control facility responsible for managing emergency response operations. The role of an EOC in emergency management. This serves as the coordination hub for information, resources, and decision-making during an emergency. Key objectives are to ensure safety, manage resources efficiently, support field operations, and provide accurate information to the public and stakeholders. When is the EOC activated? So the EOC is activated during significant incidents such as natural disasters, public health crisis, or large-scale emergencies. Levels of activation. So that's going to vary based on the severity and complexity of the incident. Examples would be monitoring, partial activation, or a full activation. Who is involved? Key personnel include emergency management staff, government officials, public safety representatives, and relevant agencies. So EOC operation. These are the components of essentially what goes on here. So first is information gathering. So then EOC collects real-time data from field units, weather services, public agencies, and media. Resource management coordinates the allocation of personnel, equipment, and supplies where needed most. Communication hub. It serves as a central point for sharing information between emergency responders, government officials, and the public. And decision making. Supports leaders with data-driven insights to make informed decisions during crisis. So EOC coordination, none of this could be possible without our partner agencies here in the region, and then eventually state and federal resources. So local coordination works closely with city departments, public safety agencies, and local nonprofits. We'll often refer to that as non-government organizations, or NGOs is another term that you might hear, like the American Red Cross. Regional and state collaboration engages with county, state, and federal agencies, including FEMA if needed. Mutual aid agreements utilizes pre-established agreements with neighboring jurisdictions for additional support and resources. EOC tools and technology. Communication systems. So in an EOC, we would utilize radios, telephones, the internet, and mass notification systems to alert our public. Incident management software. This would support resource tracking, situational awareness, and operational planning. Mapping and GIS tools. This will help visualize the impacted areas, resource locations, and evacuation routes. So these are the EOC roles and responsibilities, starting with the EOC director. That is the person responsible for overseeing the entire Emergency Operations Center during activation, which includes coordinating all response activities, making strategic decisions, managing resources, and ensuring effective communication between different agencies and response teams throughout an emergency situation. You guys have the org chart in front of you, correct? Okay. So you could see the organizational chart that's is that Siri there? Okay, let's move on to the next one. Public Information Officer acts as the primary point of contact for the media and public, gathering information from the EOC staff to accurately and timely disseminate updates regarding the emergency situation through press releases, media briefings, and other communication channels, while also managing rumors and ensuring consistent messaging across all platforms. Finance section. The finance section is responsible for managing all financial aspects of the emergency response, including tracking costs, processing payments, managing vendor contracts, ensuring proper timekeeping for personnel involved in the response, and preparing financial reports for recovery efforts, essentially acting as the financial oversight during a disaster or major incident. The logistics section. They are responsible for ensuring all necessary support services, including equipment, supplies, transportation, food, and facilities, are readily available to all responding personnel and sections within the EOC, effectively coordinating resource acquisition and distribution to maintain operational effectiveness throughout the emergency response. The operations section. They are responsible for coordinating and managing all tactical field operations, ensuring the effective execution of response actions by collecting information from on-scene commanders, identifying resource needs, and directing operational activities to address the emergency situation, essentially acting as the central hub for managing the response on the ground. Planning section. Responsible for gathering, analyzing, and disseminating information about the developing incident, creating and updating the Incident Action Plan, or also known as the IAP, forecasting future needs, and essentially providing the necessary intelligence to support informed decision-making by the EOC leadership throughout the emergency response. All right. And of course, the most important, the City Council. Provide high-level decision-making authority, approve emergency declarations, allocate resources, and oversee the overall response to a disaster by acting as the policy-making body through the mayor. And I believe the city attorney was going to add some.
Yes. So, one of the things that I thought it was important to kind of touch on was, we talked a lot about, what the city staff are doing during an emergency, but we weren't necessarily talking about what the council is doing during an emergency. So I really appreciated the fire chief touching on that during his presentation. Under state law and our local ordinances, the city manager is the director of emergency services and takes operational control of the city during an emergency. Very similar to his role as city manager, managing the day-to-day affairs of the city. The city council has actually already implemented certain processes in our municipal code. For example, significant increases in purchasing authority. So the city manager has the ability to enter into contracts on his own authority, but that amount is limited under the municipal code. That amount goes up during a declared emergency to $500,000. So the city manager is able to, in a very short amount of time, procure whatever goods and services the city needs to respond to that emergency. Now, there's a caveat to that. He's required to report that expenditure to the city council at their next meeting. Similarly, under the existing provisions of the municipal code, the city manager is able to make and issue rules and regulations as necessary to respond to that emergency, with a requirement that it be ratified by the council at the earliest practical time. So during an emergency, your role as city council doesn't change. You are still the policymakers of the city. You're going to be asked to review and approve policy level actions that the city is taking in response to the emergency. You also have fiscal control over the city. You may be asked to make emergency appropriations so that we have budget authority. You may be asked to make emergency purchases so we have contracting authority beyond which already exists in the code. We have the ability under state, there was, at the new city council member conference, I heard there was some consternation from some of the council members in the areas affected by the fires that we had in LA. And I heard that from the city manager, and I said, we have the ability to call a meeting of the city council on 1 hour's notice during an emergency like that. And I got to be frank with you, I don't think that if you're all spread out throughout the city, I think it'd be really hard to get you all in one place within an hour. Anyway, that seems like a reasonable amount of time even to get the council in one place to begin making those necessary decisions. So we have the ability under the existing state law and our own procedures to get the council together and begin doing your important work of, like I said, policy setting and fiscal control. One of the things that I thought about whether I was going to include it in this particular presentation, but I figured we do need to put it on the table. There is one element of this that we do need to plan for. We do not have your disaster and emergency successors on file. So there are provisions in state law for continuity of government. If we were to have a major disaster, a city-wide disaster, a region-wide disaster, and for whatever reason, we could not get a quorum of you together because it had affected you, then we do have the ability under state law to have designated successors in place. So one of the things that you'll be seeing at a future meeting is actually bringing forward a proposed process for that. Just thinking out loud, one of the things that I was going to suggest you to consider is that each of you, in theory, a planning commissioner is assigned to your district because you have appointed them. We can look at if your planning commissioner meets the qualifications of serving in your office. That means they have to be a registered voter and live in your district, which isn't necessarily the case for every single one that's assigned to you. We could look at them being your designated just de facto successor. We know where they are. We have their contact information. They're familiar with the Brown Act and how meetings go. Or we can look at just having a list of designated successors on file for each of you. So a sort of grim thought, but like the fire chief was saying, we spend a lot of time planning about all these contingencies so that if something does happen, we don't have to figure it out on the fly. We already know what to do. And I appreciated all the work that the fire chiefs put into emergency planning. He gave us a tour of the work in progress. Mm-hmm. And on the legal side, this is just one of the things that we do. I do work with your city clerk regularly. Your city clerk is ready to hold a meeting on that 1 hour's notice. So those are the thoughts from the city attorney. I don't know if there's anything else you want me to cover, Chief.
No, that's great. I think did that help everybody here, just in terms of just understanding the roles? And tonight is really, again, meant to be just scratching the surface. We really want to provide more exercises for you in the future, so we can actually go through a exercise that has a stood up EOC with a scenario and that type of thing, so everybody can kind of see it really happening in real time. So we're prepared for an actual event. Let's see here. Okay, so I think this is a really good slide, and this is something that the city manager assisted with in terms of just some words that really kind of hit home and make it clear on what the role is. So, for example, starting from city council, you're the guiders, right? So moving over to the EOC director, that's the deciders. And then moving down in the organizational chart, you'll see the finance section are the payers. Logistics section are the getters. Operations section are the doers. And planning section are the thinkers. So it's pretty clever. If you want to think about, that was a very, very brief incident command system review. So, but I think that's a pretty impactful slide. City Manager, do you have anything to add?
Just want to say that I want to convey that during an emergency, you're going to hear from us immediately. So you're already accustomed to the way that we provide incident notification to you. You would expect to see that. In a larger scale emergency like the fire in September of 2022, you're going to expect to see regular communication. First, it will be as needed as information becomes available. We will not release information unless it's factual. And you can expect from a communications perspective probably up to 3 minimum, morning, midday, evening type of updates for you as well as the community. If we end up in a situation where the county and or the state or the federal government is involved as well in leadership of the incident, in some cases our communication, we're going to coordinate with another EOC, the state's EOC, to ensure that our messaging is consistent with theirs. I've had experiences in an active EOC where we would send the city draft of a transmittal to the county EOC, wait for that to be reviewed and approved before we would issue it. If it takes too long, we'll make an independent decision that it's best for our residents to make sure that that information gets out. As a body, we're going to work through the mayor as the spokesperson on behalf of the city. We're going to cultivate, if appropriate, opportunities for communication with citizens. Initially, that may be in a press release with a quote. We would review that quote with the mayor. If there's a press conference called regionally on behalf of whatever that incident is, often it's the mayor from each city that will show up in that context, and we will work with you to provide some talking points. So the PIO, the Public Information Officer, helps to draft those notes. In an actual EOC, you won't be inside the building, but you can stop by and we would coordinate on some of those messages. In an environment where the staff is working multiple days, it's likely that those staff will be on 12-hour type of shifts, where we might break at midnight or we might break at 6 p.m. We'll have to make those decisions. In most cases, we anticipate where people will be assigned. So we anticipate that Tiffany would be assigned to finance, that Monique may be assigned to planning, and Noah may be assigned to operations of some sort. However, our EOC staffing is flexible, and we have the ability to really tap anybody in the organization and put them into a role. So I think it always happens on a holiday. So I think it was New Year's Eve, I was called into the Napa County EOC by my city manager at the time, and I was told, I'm going to be the planning section chief. And you learn from the fire chief what that is. So overnight, for 12 hours, I was the planning section chief, and this incident was a flood that went on for several days and the aftermath of cleaning that up. But it was a real life experience to understand that you can really pick up anybody and drop them into this format, this structure that helps us navigate an emergency. So as the chief said, this is an introduction. Appreciate the mayor's interest in talking about this tonight. I think at a later date we'll provide an opportunity for tours of our EOC, which is actually the Covell building. But if that building is not available, we can be in other locations. We can be virtual. And if we have an environment where there is no power, we will need to communicate in other ways, right? So if we lost power in the entire city, we have message boards that have diesel power. Some of our buildings are on redundant power. And we may need to put up some form of an informational kiosk that's literally paper driven, right? That may be placed in front of this building or another building that's accessible. So these emergencies are dynamic, and we roll with the punches. But this is a great start and introduction to the challenge.
Yeah, and we're very happy to, if anybody wants any one-on-one time, review some basic incident command system EOC function, we'd be happy to do that. So we can schedule some appointments and get you guys in there. It'd be great. And one of the takeaways that we're seeing with a lot of the recent events is there's really a shift in the federal government and even the state to really work with our local partners and really make sure that local partners are part of the decision-making process and truly at the table, as opposed to, you know, hey, FEMA's in town now and kicking everybody away. So that seems to be a trend, which is obviously a good idea. So who's going to know more than cultural or historic value or vulnerable populations, but all of us here. So thank you.
I'd just like to add one more thing. You know, we were out of electricity for several days in parts of our city. So along with this, the next thing I'd like to see is like the Community Resource Center. And I've talked with the city manager on this briefly. So we need to find somewhere in town besides the mobile police unit where we can have people go for a safe haven and to charge their devices and, you know, maybe get snacks or be warm or, you know, or out of the sun, whatever the weather is. So we need to work with SCE and find one of those in town. So.
Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone.
And we will wait and we will be eager to hear more. Thank you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
We will now move on to City Council and staff reports. Councilmember Krupa.
Let's see. I assume there's family reading time at the library tomorrow, because there is every Wednesday. Haven't done any of those. RCTC is tomorrow. Actually, the biggest one was the SCAG meeting last week, and at the Transportation Committee meeting and at the Regional Council meeting, the main speakers were about emergency preparedness. And the entire region is actually, I'm glad we had this, because it was, please emphasize to your cities how important it is to revisit your disaster preparedness planning. It's like, I think we're going there. But a couple of the things that came out was that, you know, Caltrans has their plan. It's such a vast plan that they don't necessarily always have localized solutions. I mean, when the road to Idlewild washed out, they closed it until they could fix it, but it was a long time before that happened. But there were other things that nobody has actually, that I have not heard of, but that on the communication line, that if cell towers are demobilized and if solar stations are in the fire zone and burnt, how are you going to communicate? So those types of communication issues came up. And another one came up from an EMT who serves on the board about ventilator patients in nursing homes and the critical immediate need, because calling 911 during that entire thing, fire paramedics and everything were mobilized to this particular area and some of the surrounding areas that still needed, and the private homes didn't have that access. And he works for a private company, private ambulance company. So it was, he was asking if there was a database that could be created or has been created for disabilities and medical needs. And, you know, there's so many issues and federal laws about having your personal medical information publicized that he wasn't sure that there was, but he said if you're in your own community, maybe that's something that, you know, your fire department, your police department can be aware of. And I thought of the system that we have for registering dementia or autistic children or whatever, somebody in your family that's at risk, and you can register them with the police department. So if they're lost, there's an immediate description that can go out. But it was really, it's been an interesting last 2 months because the focus has been in disaster preparedness. So we're going to continue that in the transportation area and in the regional council area going forward. And this is very timely. I'm very proud of our staff, and thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up, because it is so important to be prepared beforehand and not say, oops, we should have done that. So, and then I don't have any other things on that, but I will announce, since I was just told that it's all over Facebook. I was not here yesterday for a couple of the meetings because I was in Sacramento, and I received Woman of the Year from Assemblyman Jackson. So, very proud, very humbled, very shocked. When he first told me, I just said, that was a joke. You gotta be kidding. There are so many other people, so many other women I know that are so deserving of this type of award. And he said, no, you've given the last 25 to 30 years to your city in one form or another. I think you deserve this. So 2 of my daughters and my granddaughter went up with me, and we were able to be on the floor of the assembly and receive an honor, and it was fantastic. So just wanted to get that out there. Thank you. You've got a pin.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes, ma'am. I have nothing to report at this moment, but there are some things in the works that we can't discuss just yet, but we shall.
Okay.
And they're going to be fun.
Great, thank you.
And don't forget, Codex is coming up.
Councilmember Males.
What?
I know, I'm like thirsty. I didn't.
I'm just going to
I
report
didn't
on.
want to open this plastic bottle because I'm a plastic.
I'm just going to report on the event I went to last night. Our mayor was gracious enough to give me a ride there because I don't drive at night. But we went to the Cal Cities Riverside County Division General Membership Meeting. We heard 2 presentations, one from Aaron Hake of Riverside County Transportation Commission, the executive director, and he spoke about all the projects that were ongoing in the western Riverside County area, and he brought up the 79 realignment. And there was about, 10 projects that he talked about?
Oh, there's a lot going on.
A lot of projects. And I talked to him afterwards and asked him, because every project doesn't have enough funds to finish it. And I said, why don't we just work on one project, like the realignment project? And he said, well, the funds are allocated just for these particular projects. And I go, I know, but you have multiple cities that are involved in the realignment. Why can't we just use all the funds for that? But he said they couldn't. So anyways, that's all I have to say.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
So I only have 2 updates because I've still been battling with COVID, but I did attend.
Oh, now you tell me.
I did work one day, and I did attend the RCA Board of Directors meeting on March 3rd, and so some of the items discussed were the fee collection report for December with a total of 2.2 million collected for MSHCP's fees, and then for 2025 year to date, it's been 12.6 million. For the acquisition status report for the calendar year of 2024, 26 parcels were acquired, including 20 fee title acquisitions and 6 process donations for a combined total of 2,500 acres added to the reserve. And as of December 31st, 2024, staff is managing 24 active acquisitions. We did receive updates from regarding state and federal legislation, and we discussed a couple other items, but my favorite, is the reserve of the month, which was the Reed Valley Reserve. It's a approximately 1,100 acre reserve located in northwest of Highway 371, east of the city of Temecula. It was acquired by the RCA in 2008 for $6 million. It supports a variety of habitats, including coastal sage scrub and chaparral. Several MSHCP covered species have been documented at the Reed Valley, including the granite spiny lizard, the San Diego black-tailed jackrabbit, the loggerhead shrike, and the coastal western whiptail, as well as others. And it does provide live-in habitat and facilities. It facilitates wildlife movement by connecting large blocks of habitat for large and small animals, such as mountain lions, bobcats, the Stevens kangaroo rat, and the LA pocket mouse. And then following that was the WRCOG meeting, and we received some updates regarding the Clean Cities Coalition and some other ones. But what I really wanted to bring to the council's attention was consideration of opposition to the SCAG proposed amended rules 1111, 1121. So AQMD is proposing to reduce nitrous oxide emissions by transitioning residential furnaces and water heaters to zero emission alternatives, impacting local governments, homeowners, and businesses. And so one of the big issues that has come out of this is it places a financial burden on replacing existing facilities with zero emission units that could disproportionately affect low-income households and small businesses. Industry experts have highlighted potential challenges regarding the availability and maturity of zero emission appliances. There are concerns about whether current technologies can meet the diverse needs of consumers without causing project delays. The timeline for compliance has been criticized as aggressive, potentially leading to supply chain issues and inflated prices. And there are also concerns with these types of units not being able to fit within the constraints of the previous units, so having to do costly remodels to accommodate them. So there were a lot of concerning things about that, so I wanted to bring that to the council's attention, and that's all I had. Like I said, I've been...
Thank you. Ramona Bowl, we had a meeting this last, a week ago, and we are moving forward and getting excited about the new play, the new director. It'll be a little bit different version, as it always is every year, but it'll be the last weekend in April and the first 2 weekends in May. And also the Chamber of Commerce is holding their mixer up at Ramona Bowl this month. So look for that on the city calendars and the Chamber calendar. I don't have the exact date. It's on the last Wednesday of the month, right? Yeah, it's the last Wednesday of the month at 5:30. So that's the Chamber mixer. And it's going to be up at the Ramona Bowl. We did not do our business walk last week because of rain forecast and the rain, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do it this week. We have it rescheduled for Thursday, but they're predicting rain. But there's a lot of good things happening with our businesses in town. We're excited about Vallarta Market opening, and their grand opening is going to be on March 26th, and it's starting bright and early in the morning at 7:15, and that should be a really, really fun grand opening event. We're really looking forward to that store opening. I had my first arts and culture meeting yesterday, and it is Riverside County Arts and Culture Month. And I want to tell you that if you go on Press Enterprise, or maybe even just Google it anywhere, a lot of the museums and art museums are free on a certain Sunday this month. So you can go free of charge and take the family, take the kids, and enjoy some art. We talked mostly about ways to get grants and such. We are still waiting on a really sizable grant determination for the city that would be used for several things, including art. And it's taking a little longer for us to get the final decision on that, but we're still hopeful that we may get something. So, and we talked about other ways to procure grants and that. So we're looking for things for that. So I will turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm proud to announce that we've launched the recruitment for the first Hemet Youth Council. So we're partnering with the school district and our efforts on social media to share the opportunity. The application is available on the city's website at hemetca.gov. You can go direct to the application by adding a /youth council. The applications are being accepted through April 30th, so there is a lot of time. We will go then through a selection process, and they will be appointed with the term beginning on July 1. Couple of other upcoming events. We have a Cookie with a Cop on March 20th at McDonald's at 1855 East Florida Avenue. Cookie's a little different than coffee, isn't it? And then on March 20th, we're hosting the first Hemet Regional Economic Summit in this building at 300 East Latham Avenue. On April 5th and 6th, the Bedrock Valley Trail Runs and Gravel Rides occur over at Diamond Valley Lake. On April 12th, there is an Autism Acceptance and Resource Fair at 200 North Harvard Street. We are absolutely inviting the community to join us for Hemet Beautiful. That's going to be on Saturday, April 26th. We're going to meet at West Valley High School. I believe that begins at 7 a.m. And we'll put several hours of work in and have a nice lunch there. Our goal is 500 community members to join us. We have a number of different types of projects. You can learn more about that and sign up at hemetca.gov /Hemet Beautiful, or just go to the website. It's profiled on the web page today. And finally, on May 23rd through May 25th, we've ordered grandstands for the skate plaza at Gibble Park. We're really excited about the Hemet AM. This is a new skateboard competition. There's a purse of funds and awards that I believe is topping $11,000. This was born again from a business walk idea as we were talking to merchants at the mall and how do we activate the mall and bring people in. So looking forward to that event as well. And that concludes my report.
And I just want to say to everybody in Hemet, there's a lot going on this month. I can't believe how many invites we got to like grand openings and the Little League baseball season is starting. There's an art show up here on March 22nd. That's a wonderful art show with hors d'oeuvres, wine, raffle prizes, and beautiful art from all of our people here. Valley-wide is having a huge fundraiser, and that money goes back into their programs that they support throughout the year. And for people that say there's nothing to do in Hemet, you're just not looking for it. So I want to say we are active, and Hemet is rising, right? Hemet rises. So, what is that? Oh, I don't even know about that one. Catch the Leprechaun on Saturday. One of our constituents says, oh, look for it. Look for it. Okay. So there being no further business, this meeting
I
is
have
adjourned.
one thing
Oh,
I
you-
forgot.
Okay, go ahead.
I have it on good authority that the lights for Sierra Dawn are charged and shall be put up in the very near future.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, being no further business, we will adjourn to the next city council meeting on March 25th. Thank you all for joining us tonight.